Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. In the heart of Africa's growing hospitality landscape, where service and professionalism go hand in hand, the Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025 unfolded in grand style. Held on the 28th and 29th of June at the Lagos Continental Hotel, the two-day gathering welcomed top hospitality professionals, experts, students, and stakeholders from across the continent. Hosted by Sunday Olubenga Omotayo, the conference was a celebration of growth, excellence, and the power of local talent.
Welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to the future of hospitality. In this room is the strong and brilliance of Africa's hospitality industry. Professionals who have turned challenges into success, created unforgettable guest experiences, and driven measurable growth. You are not here by chance. You are here because you recognize that the hospitality landscape is evolving faster than ever. What worked 5 years ago may be obsolete today. But those in this room don't just keep up with change. You lead. Talk to someone, you lead. This is more than a conference. It's a movement. A movement to raise the standard of African hospitality and prove that we don't just follow global trends. We sit here. Put your hands together and put yourself. to Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025.
Adding to the event's impact was the presence of Femi Wash Limited, whose media subsidiary, SOUQ News Television, served as the official media partner, offering live coverage, red carpet interviews, and podcast sessions that amplified the voices and stories shaping the industry. One of the event's high points was a series of insightful keynote sessions that tackled key challenges and emerging trends in hotel management. Professor Wasiu Babalola, SVP Africa at Content Worldwide Hotels, Turkey, and Academia with Atiba University, Oyo State, Nigeria, shared a thought-provoking address. Ahmed Raza, District Director, Nigeria, Radisson Hotel Group, shared insight on hospitality in Africa, driving excellence through local talent, highlighting the importance of investing in indigenous professionals for long-term growth. Dr. Belinda Nwosu, FIH of Lagos Business School, also gave a powerful talk on the future of hospitality, integrating global standards to drive excellence. Other speakers included Dr. Michael Pinda, General Manager of JS Signature Hotel, and Dr. Iyaduni Badebo, Director of Sales and Marketing at Eco Hotels and Suites, who contributed to discussions on hospitality development across the continent.
It's a pleasure to be here. Every one of you in this room, you are a gift. Thank you for the work that you do. A round of applause for yourself. I was reflecting this morning, thinking about how long I've been in the industry. Since 1998. Some of you were not born. And this is just an honor to be here and to see how far this industry has come over the years, over the decades. I'm going to talk about the future of hospitality. The future is already here, like Brenda has told us. But what are we going to do on our own part to be part of that future? Global standards to deliver excellence. These global standards, we need to understand what they are and how they impact us as people and managers. So the first question I want to ask, and I want a response: if your hotel fails, who's to be fired first? I've had some very powerful insights that I want to share with you, because at the end of the day, yes, we want to be global, but we need to look within as well. What is it that needs to change? So some of these insights, so here, 5 nuggets. One is leadership development. We're going to talk about that. Networks and sponsors. Global currency, very, very important. Personal integrity. The fact that I put it forth doesn't mean it's not the most important. And finally, human flourishing. I will speak about that.
The event has been very good. It's growing every year. It's becoming dynamic, and the one place you have to come to every year to see what's going on, to network, and to help yourselves in your careers. We need to look at the future of our industry, and sustainability is important.
This event is, I would cap it as a storytelling of Nigerian hospitality. Started with various events in different parts of the country, and now it has now metamorphosed into Hotel Managers Conference Africa. So we're here to tell the story of the African hospitality sector. It's been an awesome experience. Sincerely, from yesterday, we had the keynote speaker, Dr. Belinda from Lagos Business School, and she spoke quite a lot, and what actually still triggers in me is team strength and individual strength. And then today we now had Dr. Duni, who from Eco Hotel, Director of Sales and Marketing, and she spoke about storytelling.
My first time was last year, and this is my second time of attending HMC, and I can tell you for free, it's been very insightful. I want a situation whereby the hospitality industry will not be a dump of where anybody can just venture into. I want it to be a place where people that know their onions dive into the system.
Coming here today, I discovered that there is a whole lot to learn, and I've been learning. But what has really amazed me is the fact that Mr. Benga has been able to put this together and to ensure that there is no competition amongst hoteliers, but a synergy, and for people to work together to see that the hospitality business in Nigeria and in Africa is projected to the outside world.
Being here, I think it's a wonderful thing. Hopefully we can expand it to other African countries and just unitedly just bring Africa up.
We're not just here tonight.
Okay.
We are actually the head sponsor.
Nice.
So we didn't just come in first. It was a big one, so we just had to take the bull by the horn.
You want to do this again and again?
Yes, most definitely. HMC has come to stay already, and HMC is actually a big one. So, yeah, why not?
The event also marked a significant milestone for students of the Hotel Managers School, who received certificates after completing their training, symbolizing a new generation of skilled professionals ready to shape the industry.
The event has been a very impactful event. It has been a very knowledgeable event. It has been an event that we need to even have it for a week long, to carry on for 1 week, because it has been an event that a lot of things have been taught here, especially when I listened to the presentation of the keynote speaker, somebody like Dr. Belinda. Dr. Belinda talked so much about the hospitality, and she shed more light of some things that we have been neglecting without knowing that that's what has been. So this event has been so much impactful, and we listened to Dr. Panda speak, and it has been so much impactful, and all the speakers for this event, they have shared knowledge.
The 7th edition of Hotel Managers Conference has been remarkable. It's been educating, informative and transformative, and it's just been a wow. And a big shout out to the organizer, the convener, Mr. Lubenga Sunday Ombatayo, the veteran consultant.
This is my second time in this event, and I am very, very happy to be here, because here it's an avenue to express and get more experience, especially in the hospitality industry. We believe in growth, and I want to see the hospitality growing from this level to the next level.
So we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. We've been into hospitality for years, so we know things have been evolving, things have been changing, so we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn.
Why we are both here is because hospitality is a very vast industry. So we see it as something that can improve us on what we are doing on our business, how to relate with people, then to network with the employers of labor, I mean the owners of the hotels, because we give them more work and we do businesses with them. And sincerely, at the conference, I've learned a lot. We've learned a lot, because when we got home, we always do briefing on it. So after the briefing, I saw so many things, and even up till now, we're still learning on it.
Okay, so this is my first time at the conference, and it was honestly a great experience. I am enthusiastic about the numbers. I'm happy about the number of people that want to actually get trained in hospitality, as it's a problem that's actually plaguing the industry. We need to invest more in training, and we need to ensure that people that can't even afford this training have the funding they need to access it.
Rounding off the conference were photo sessions and award presentations, recognizing exceptional individuals and organizations for their contributions to hospitality. 9th concluded with a vibrant gala evening where guests, graduates, and industry leaders gathered to celebrate, connect, and look ahead to a more collaborative and innovative future for hospitality in Africa. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
With the theme, Leveraging Customs Enforcement to Enhance Revenue Generation with Transparency and Accountability, an ICPC perspective. The lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu, head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owoni, convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, a Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian customs service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rimi, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call ACTU, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So those are, the ACTU is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rimi also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu shed more light.
Average custom officer is, I think, among those that is doing the selfless service. That's why when you see people pushing that they should do this to customs, they are not out of context. We generate revenue. So if you are generating revenue, you are seeing it pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody as that level dismissed. And no organization in Nigeria that had done that. No organization. I remember when I was in that operation SOUQ, that is what I do. 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owuniyi thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Agemokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Agemokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Agemokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Agemokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013. And for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ike Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje Ike Imokwede is back again. Ike Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ike Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
As the world navigates constant change and competing voices, the call for purposeful leadership rings louder. The Scalable Leadership Summit 2025, hosted on the Leadership Channel Consulting platform, wasn't just another conference. It was a clarion call to leaders, seasoned and emerging, to abandon short-lived titles and build the kind of leadership that endures storms, spans generations, and reshapes nations. In a compelling convergence of Africa's top-level thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and organizational trailblazers, the summit issued a bold call for enduring, values-driven leadership. Under the theme, Lead Beyond Limits, Build What Lasts, the convener, Wale Adekola, emphasized that this event is not for applause. It was engineered for lasting impact.
We're talking about leaders who are going to represent leadership, who are going to become leadership ambassadors. And that is why we are launching Scalable Niger today. So Scalable Niger for us is not just a slogan. It's something that we want to see happening in every community in Nigeria, because today every participant is going to go home with three powerful frameworks. And for these frameworks, we have the first one is the Scalable Leadership Framework. The second one is ADAPT. ADAPT model is a sustainable change system that it can use to transform any system within the organization, of course, and across institutions in Nigeria, of course, and across Africa. So these are proven and tested frameworks that we have studied, we have applied, for the past 10 years. And now we want to see all these frameworks applied in Nigerian institutions and, of course, organizations.
The summit delivered a rich blend of keynote insights and fire chat dialogues, featuring voices like Adeyemi Olayiwole, Niyi Adesanya, Tara Fela-Durotoye, Honorable Adewumi Adeyemi, Professor Abraham Oshinobi, and Dr. Smith Bam, among others. The experience was further deepened by stirring spoken words, performances, and inspirational music, not merely to share leadership principles, but to ignite a deeper commitment to legacy-driven leadership in a world that is constantly evolving. Kicking off the summit was leadership strategist and keynote speaker Odeyemi Olayiwole, who emphasized the power of learning from experience. His message challenged attendees to go beyond information and seek transformation through mentorship, experience sharing, and tested wisdom.
The cheapest way to succeed in anything is to learn from someone who has succeeded in that thing. Not someone that knows about the thing alone, but someone who has been able to acquire the information and translate it to application and have results to show. And so that's why many years, in 1996, when I knew that my assignment was in the leadership space, one of the first questions I asked is, who is doing what I want to do? And who is the best at what I do? Every year I pick 3 case studies: a country, a company, and a corporate leader, every single year. And I dissect them to find out what is the secret, because success needs clues. The secret of men are in their stories. So one of the cheapest ways to succeed at anything is to find out who has succeeded at what I want to start.
Renowned beauty entrepreneur Tara Fela-Durotoye, in her keynote session and during a fire chat with the convener, shared lessons from her leadership journey in building the House of Tara brand, from humble beginnings to a systemized enterprise. She spoke on navigating growth, people development, and succession planning.
What is it that I do that delivers the same outcome? What is it that makes my customers buy every time? Write it down, because you have now found a framework. Then you amplify and multiply that framework, so that every time you meet a House of Tara person, there is something about them that reminds you of the person you met in Lekki. Why? Because we have created a culture. The policies are designed to protect you, not just the company. If you don't remember anything else that I said and you are an employee here, hold the policies and embrace them in your chest. Know them by heart. If anybody says anything, you just ask, what does the policy say? And all founders, if you don't have policies, what you are basically saying is that you're allowing your people to do anything.
From academia, Professor Oshinobi of Lagos Business School brought a compelling perspective on national transformation governance, innovation, and faith-based leadership.
The Nigerian paradox: we are rich in resources, yet poor in trust. True of us, bursting with talent, yet starved of opportunity. A land of faith, yet a desert. Governance is the structural foundation that enables accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. But the crisis is this: 83% of Nigerians is strong public institution. True or true? That is the basis of our problem in this country. Trust deficits.
The summit was not all talk. It was also artfully immersive, as Esosia Wilson rendered soul-lifting inspirational songs, creating moments of reflection between sessions. In an interview with SOUQ News TV, the convener emphasized the summit's depth, that it is a leadership movement committed to shaping a new breed of leaders. Participants shared their reflections, describing the summit as a catalytic experience that confronted, challenged, and compelled.
Leadership is not just a day thing, it's a daily thing. We want them to recognize 3 types of patterns. So we have encouraged them to study pattern. Number 1, pattern recognition. Number 2, pattern usage, how they can use the pattern that they're going to learn today. And number 3 is pattern creation. How can they create new patterns that they can apply in their own organization, something that is unique for them from the patterns they've recognized that they can use and also apply in their organization through wisdom.
Some people just wish to scale, but you need to be able to have a system that enables you to scale. So that's basically what I think the frameworks will do. And then from each of the speakers, so they are all coming from different, some are from the academia, the business world, which I believe that convergence will actually help to give a better knowledge and sensitization about what true scalability in business and in leadership basically is.
The second session talked about the need for leaders to appreciate their team members, and it was quite emotional when we saw 2 or 3 people shed tears of joy when they got messages from their team leaders. So for us as team leaders, we need to be very deliberate. And even the case study we did, Deep Sea, it talks about the need for us to be very deliberate. We need to know our team members. We need to know what's happening with them, and we need to leverage their strengths.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. If the leader gets it right, it trickles down to those at the middle level, at the lower level. So it's important to get it right from the root so that the fruits are good. I do a lot of case studies. So you study what has worked, what has not worked. Through my research, preparing for this summit, I discovered that we're talking about starting, scaling, and sustaining businesses. So let's study systems that have worked for up to 1,000 years and more. And I found out that they are driven around community, which is people. Everything should be about people. Listen to them, love them, then you can lead them more effectively. And when people's hearts are touched, they work better with their hands, with their head, and with their feet.
Because I work with people, I understand how powerful people can be, and the biggest asset any organization has is not infrastructure, it's its people. And if you understand that your people are your assets, you will invest in your people. But if you don't understand it, if you don't share that philosophy, you're going to abuse your people, you're going to misuse your people. So for me, it's something I've been living for 20 years, and so it's just natural.
You need to love the people you want to lead by having what we call the emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Both go hand in hand, and you need them for leadership. And lastly, for leadership is also about listening. For you to influence one, you need to listen to your environment in order to act accordingly.
We have looked at how to scale our leadership potential, and also sustain it. It's not enough to just start, but we will start, we will scale, and then we'll sustain it. It's something that should be a legacy, something that should live beyond us. Right now, we are talking about impact, the impact that the structures and the systems that we are putting in place will have on our society, on our community. So leadership is beyond just us. It's about impact, it's about sustainability, and it's about the value that we are creating for our society.
To a large extent, I try to tell people that you can be anything you want to be, because you've been placed here to lead, you've been placed here to be at the forefront. And for you to be at the forefront, that means you need to understand what leadership means. And that's the message I pass out. I see myself being able to influence the world with my music, and also show people that they have the ability to believe they can be anything they want to be.
My workers are waiting patiently to see me coming, because I have a lot to impact on them about the personal growth, the business growth, and everything as well. Everybody needs this, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You don't need to miss out this kind of program. You need to connect. No matter the money you spend here, it's worth it.
With resounding voices across academia, enterprise, ministry, and the creative arts, the message was unified. Leadership that scales must be intentional, people-focused, and purpose-driven. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
At the heart of a strong currency lies
a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion African fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the Naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the Naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the Naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological, and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years. And, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, stools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
as the father of African literature. Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL, and here we don't just talk, we look at trending stories that affect business, your finances, development, here in Nigeria, Africa, and we also open up to the globe. We are here, and we expect you to be on the other side and be part of every single discussion that is happening here. So, hey, let's start this way. Go on every of the social media platforms. Please, it's an appeal. And let your friends, neighbors, and co-workers know where you are and where you are getting your news from, and let them also be part of the discussion for today. It's news, and it's SOUQ News Television. Very simple. Just follow, share, and let's also read your comments through today. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Today we'll be looking at metering in Nigeria. A lot of issues have gone into it. Some time past, the governor of Lagos said, if they are not giving you a meter, then don't pay. We've gone all the way, and for now, a new policy is coming up. You need to know, and you have to see what we have to talk about it today. Also, we have on the menu for today non-oil export. To be specific, cashew nut. How is it doing? How much is it bringing in? And what can also be done about that? Then Ogun State is also in the news. There has been a presidential appeal and more of a policy paper on oil drilling in that particular state. How and where are we going to show up funds for 2026? We are all watching, and we are all going to contribute. So, hey, be part of it. I'm not alone on the table today. I have the handsome one and the beautiful one. One is in red, and the other is in blue, black, beautiful tradition. Your Excellencies, please join me to welcome. That's the most beautiful face you see for this particular Friday morning. Then others can follow. Swift, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. I tell you that the question is not who is going to stop you. The question is, how are you going to let them stop you? My name is Swift Aderito, and on the table today, we are going to ensure we are not stopped. We are going to discuss every issue that pertains to economy, business, and relations. Get ready to be blown away.
Okay. Amin is also here. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chus. Good morning, Madam Swift.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nigerians.
Yes, we're here. Now, let's get straight to it. Now, power regulation. The federal government has told DISCOs more of a ban to stop charging customers for electricity meters. You heard that. Federal government has banned electricity distribution companies and installers from collecting any form of payment for electricity meters. They are also warning that anyone found extorting customers will be prosecuted under the existing laws. Power Minister Adebayo Adelabu issued the warning on Thursday during an on-site inspection of newly imported smart meters at APM terminals in Apapa, Lagos. He said the meters were procured through the World Bank-funded Distribution Sector Recovery Program and must be installed for customers free of charge. Adelabu said any DISCO official or contracted installer demanding money from customers would be committing an offense. He said the directive is aimed at curbing extortion, accelerating nationwide metering, and restoring public trust in the electricity market. The minister urged customers to report illegal charges, stressing that free installation is a mandatory condition of the program and will be enforced nationwide. He warned no exemption will be granted to operators or regions. Now, we like hearing this. Is implementation that is next. 2021, we had this World Bank appeal that got $500 million for metering. There was also a presidential initiative on metering presidential initiative, that also brought some counterpart funding for metering. And a lot of this procurement were done both locally and internationally. Some of the meters had question mark. Now we are getting new ones. Now we are hearing nobody should pay for metering. But now let's look at what is happening on ground. I mean, are people, as we speak now, are people waiting to get paid meters or paying for meters, or there is still that gap in paying or not paying, getting or not getting meters?
Realistically, in Nigeria, this is like the 5th or 7th time we are banning paying for meters. From the years of the past president, Goodluck Jonathan, which is more than 10 years now, we've been banning the payment for meters. And we continue to just announce, but we are not enforcing and we are not monitoring. For example, if this minister is to make any different from the past ministers, it should at least give an helpline or like a website where people can report DISCO officials that is trying to take payments for meters. And there's something that I would like us to clear. My own personal experience with the NEPA as regards metering is that there are a lot of people that have a lot of arrears on their account from the previous type of meter that is not prepaid, that is postpaid. So when you want to migrate to the new prepaid meter, they ask you to clear your debt on the account. So a lot of people mix this up as paying for meter. They are just saying if you are going to migrate you to prepaid, now the new metering, you need to clear
your backlog.
So there is that.
Of estimated billing.
There's that. And then there's where people will now negotiate to now say, okay, if I bribe you, will you be able to clear it and just give me meter?
But
so this is where
some are official. There are official channels. It might not be a bribe.
No. I'm getting somewhere. There's official channel where you can negotiate, where they say, okay, pay 60%, okay, pay 50%, we'll clear it off. Okay. But other people actually negotiate to pay bribe, so as, and that is where sometimes the payment come in, because in the urban areas, people barely, in metropolitan cities like Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, people barely pay for meter in recent times, the last 3, 4, 5 years, because everybody knows meter is free. But I'm saying practically, a lot of people that claim they pay for meter is because they are owing on their account, on the previous arrangement. That is one. Secondly, some people pay for fast track in form of bribe. They are not, because there's no payment portal to actually pay for meter and get receipt, because as an adult, when you are paying for something...
Are you talking about in your side of Lagos? Or in
that's why I say I can speak for metropolitan, for major cities.
Oh, your side of Lagos?
For metropolitan city. Hold on. Okay. If you are paying for something, when you are paying for something as an adult, that know your rights. You know you get a receipt, an official receipt. You pay through an official channel, whether you are paying directly into the bank account of the DISCO or through their point of sales machine. And then you get a receipt that shows the narration that pay for meter. I personally have not seen anybody in the last 5 years, in the last 5 years, that has a receipt that for sure they pay for meter. Fine, you might make some payments in form of bribery, in form of clearing your account in order for you to get meter. So it's important for us to clear this. And I acknowledge that NEPA officials illegally take, I beg your pardon, DISCO's official, depending on, whichever, they take money from people illegally in order to facilitate, I acknowledge that, to facilitate getting of meter. And that is why we need an official channel that we can report these cases, whether it's website, whether it's an email, whether it's a phone number, and that is responsive, that can look into this menace in that sector. And the minister and the ministry needs to give us a guideline on how to report this. Do you need the name of the official? Do you need the bank the bank details where this money is paid to? How do you want us to blow this whistle, and how will you take action? How swift would that be? So we need to make that clarification that a lot of people are owing a lot of money on their previous on their accounts on the previous metering style. And migrating to this one does not mean, oh, you're just walking into the disco office, they give you a new meter, and if you are owing 1 million, 2 million, they write it off.
Okay. Swift, let's get to you now. Do you agree that people have not been paying or buying meters officially?
No, so officially people have been paying and buying for meters. The system was so that the federal government, to reduce a bit of corruption, they realized that when you go to the discos directly, for example, Ikeja Electric or Eco Distribution, that some staff will corner you to a corner and give you meters because there were federal government meters there. So to stop that, they created a particular discos that are online, that are not in relations to, they are not bound, they are not staff of either Ikeja or Eco Electric. They are linked to federal government and state government. So you go to those people's website, you put in the code of your former meter, that's the older meter that's either, bad, or they are telling you it's outdated, to get the new ones. That's what has been happening for the past 5 years. Then you now apply and you pay. Meters have been going for single faces for about 180,000 and triple faces almost 260 to 300. Then when the meters come into your house, you pay again for wiring to pull from the pole to your house, about 100 and something thousand to 200,000. So that's what has been happening.
So you pay.
So you pay. You pay. Now, if you are owing on that meter, when that meter comes in, they give you 100 credits. As soon as that credit finishes, you will not be able to load in because they say you need to clear your backlog. Now, I don't know about Ikeja, but Eco Distribution, in those days, when you go there, you can have conversations and they can give you a discount. They stopped giving discounts. At least that happened in my case. So we had to clear 400 and something thousand that was erroneously put on the bill by someone else. So you clear. That's what I know. And you are not giving direct receipts, but you are giving printouts. Online emails are saying you have paid for a meter. Ikeja or Eco Electric acknowledges that you've paid for a meter. This is the amount you've paid, and this coming in. So that's what has been happening of late, at least I know for 2-3 years. So right now, what the federal government is doing is the federal government is trying to get a database. They have realized that a lot of people, especially in areas like Ikorodu, compared to, Lekki Phase 1, Ikeja, Magodo, people are metered there. So a lot of people can type in. But in areas like Ikorodu, because I have a friend who used to work with the discos, and they go and collect, they work as a subcontractor at that time to Ikeja Electric. So they go and collect monies from people, one by one with Ikeja Electric cars, and they disconnect. 90% of these people don't have meters. They have the very old meters that roll. So that's how they were making money. So they now make this money, transfer into accounts, and Ikeja Electric gives them a part and they pay. That's what used to happen then. So what the federal government and Ikeja Electric are saying is some of these people that are collectors, they are making money from it. Of course, you make 100,000 from a street. Some people can't pay, they beg you, their bill is supposed to be 10,000 or 15,000. They beg you, you say no, and you negotiate 3K or 5K. They also make money from bypass. If they catch you bypassing, they collect at least illegal 25 to whatever. So what federal government is saying is, look, you don't need to do bypass again. We have free meters. All you need to do is walk into our office, put your name, put your address, tell us why you don't have a meter, and we'll come and install. Federal government has also realized that another problem is many times when they give you the meter, you need about 160 to 200,000 to install the wiring to pull. They are now saying you don't need that, you don't need to pay for that again because they've realized that's an hindrance. So all you need to do is walk into the disco, put your name down, go on the site, don't pay anything. You are not paying for wiring, you are not paying for connection, you are not paying anything. Now for the bill, like he said, you are still going to pay your bill. Once that 100 units is over, you will still have to go back and discuss and pay the backlog of whatever you are owing. Now, the good thing about this is we know that Adelabu, the minister, has come out to say, look, if anybody wants to collect a dime from you, whether it's the person installing or it's the people that are to give you the meters, kindly report so that it's seamless. Now, the World Bank, we are happy because we saw during Goodluck Jonathan's time, like he said, we saw a particular video where rain was beating free meters that were also sponsored by the World Bank. Now, that means all those meters, over 1,000 done. And we are still paying loans on top of those meters. Now, what the Tinubu administration is saying is we are taking loans. We don't want to be paying for those loans again. So as these meters are coming, put your name down, register. If there's any hindrance, let us know. Good for database, good for community service, good for the fact that everybody can be electrified and be metered, like what is happening in the civil society. So it's a plus for Nigeria.
Okay, while we are looking at it being a plus, let's now look at the human factors. the individuals that are supposed to carry these particular actions out. She gave an example of during the Goodluck Jonathan's of meters that were procured and a lot of them went to waste. As at yesterday, as at last week, I still witnessed people paying for meters. I still saw people paying for connection from pole, buying wires and buying all this. And these are, once you buy them, they are no longer your property. They now belong to the discos because you can't carry meter from one house to the next house. From the laws and from what we see here, if this is not implemented, we are going to have issues. How can we start implementation, not just reporting, because we still have the police that you reported a whole lot of things. You now start looking as if something is wrong with you. How can we start seeing that implementation, serious implementation from the government side?
I feel like every government agency should have a department of internal affairs that, police their own affairs within. NEPA, for example, should have a department that is supposed to make sure that they operate at a certain standard and should look for the bad eggs among them. And then generally from outside, we should now have, the citizens should have a medium to report all of these things. If we do 1 million great policies, if we are unable to police ourselves, to see it to fruition, or to monitor ourselves, or create a place where people can troubleshoot, people can report problems, it's just lip service. It's just lip service. And we just need to do better. That when you are creating a law, you are creating policies like this, you should also create how to make sure that people follow it to the letter. People operate at a certain standard that you want.
Okay. While we are looking forward to seeing meters available and seeing every single house metered, we also want to see us pay for the services that are provided. We don't want to hear excuses from discos in 2026 or bailout for discos. These are private businesses. I want to see them do it. Now let's still get to energy expansion. Now the President Tinubu has approved oil drilling in Olokola. Seaport takeoff also is also happening there, and this is all coming to Ogun State. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved commencement of commercial oil drilling in Tongeji Island in Ipokia local government area of Ogun State, signaling a new phase in Nigeria's energy expansion and regional economic development. The decision is expected to boost investments, job and local infrastructure across the state and growth. Governor Dr. Abiodun disclosed the approval on Thursday while receiving the flag officer commanding Western Naval Command, Rear Admiral Abubakar Abdullahi Mustafa, and senior officers during a courtesy visit to his office in Abeokuta. He said the project reflects growing federal support for strategic coastal development in Nigeria. Today, the governor also announced presidential approval for the immediate takeoff of the deep sea project in Ogun Waterside local government area, calling it a major breakthrough after years of anticipation around multi-billion-dollar port. Okay. These are major capital projects, talking about the seaport. Now, the drilling itself is most likely is going to be private investments. Now we've seen this particular news. Now, can we start seeing who is investing? How much is they dropping? When are they stopping? Let's start seeing like real timelines and not just some political achievements for the future.
I don't think this is I mean, there's politics in everything. Mm-hmm. But there are so many movements in Ogun State. And this is when Dr. Abiodun was running for that seat. I like the idea because it's from the private sector. And this is what I expected to see in his first time. But better late than never, because in the same axis, while the drilling is commencing, mm-hmm. there is an 100,000 barrel refinery that is going on in the same Ipokia. Mm-hmm. Then there is the deep sea port project that is going on. Then they have their cargo airports ready. So, and there is another cement factory by Dangote. that is going on. That is what we want to see. This is how you fight poverty. Because in the middle of all this industrial activity, even before they are ready, hundreds of thousands of people are engaged in direct labor that affects the host communities immediately. Imagine if you are a rice seller and you have to cater for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 manual laborers every day that will come and buy rice and beans or bread and beans every day. That's commercial activity, pure water factory, it can go on and on and on. And when he eventually is ready, more people are going to be employed directly. And revenue comes to the states, both payee and corporate taxes. Then the state has more money to deploy into fixing of road, building of schools, and what have you. That is the way all the governors in this country should be thinking.
That is the way governors should be thinking. Chief, let me come to you. Now, not all states can get a seaport. Not all states can get a refinery or an oil drilling site. But all states can replicate production. What should we be seeing aside what's happening in Ogun State now? Majorly for those guys in the north.
Before the seaport came, as of 2024, Ogun State had already had 194 billion internally generated revenue. So after Lagos and I think Port Harcourt, Ogun stands as one of the biggest states that have internal revenue generation. And like he said, we know that the governor is from the private sector. He's a man that built from the scratch. So when he came into Ogun, he wasn't looking at public service. He was looking at private participation. And this is laudable because this is what we have been asking a lot of other states to do, especially in the south, the eastern states and of course the northern states. It's good that they have been pushing. The refinery is a boost. The seaport was expected because once there's a refinery, you have to get the safest way to transport products, and that's through the seaport. And we saw when Dangote started his own refinery, of course, the seaport kicked off with immediate alacrity in Lagos. So it is good that this is happening in Ogun. As like he said, it's good for job creation, it's good for expansion of states. But where we need to now put in, we need to make sure that there's insurance. We need to watch out for pirates on the sea. We need to watch out for people coming into the state to try and do, a bit of oil bunkering and a couple of other things that may cause some issues at the end of the day. But I think this is a good move from Ogun State. I like the way it's going. It's opening up the states. Internal generation of revenue is good. This is going to boost it further. In fact, if Ogun State continues, they will be matching Lagos head-to-head when it comes to generation of revenue.
Matching Lagos head-to-head. Okay, yes. Now, let's look at population vis-a-vis production. We have more population in the north. We have more production in the west. How can we turn this tide?
Simple federal government rules and regulations. The federal government changed policies. Like we saw when Tinubu was coming with what you generate, you should get more, what the federal government gives you should be at least 30, they were saying 60% from internally generated revenue where your industries are. And we saw how the northern state governors ensured that they had twisted the Tinubu administration to make it 30%. Why state governors from the west and the south were very excited because if you notice, people are not even talking about the massive infrastructure going on in Edo, Delta, Akwa Ibom, Port Harcourt. Those states are doing fantastically well. Calabar has one of the biggest metering industries in Nigeria. In fact, they literally provide almost 60 to 70% of all the meters that go around Nigeria. So these states were excited about that. But because somehow their northern counterparts who are governors came out to say, look, we are being faced by insurgency, the kidnapping, we are battling a lot of things. So it's going to be difficult for us to raise some monies. They also face the fact that, look, most of the headquarters of companies that are in their states are in Lagos and Abuja. So at the end, the tax from the companies go to the head office. And that's an argument that, federal government is trying to sort. And now, coming back to the issue that is on ground, if you get most of what you generate, you get 30 to 40%, you will notice that states sit up. So now they have pushed it to, I think, 30 or 25. If the federal government was able, from policy, to insist is a 70 to 80, a lot of states in Nigeria will sit up and develop faster. Of course, we still have the local government autonomy. And the local government autonomy, like we say, is one of the reasons why a lot of states are not developing. Because local government is grassroots, and grassroots is that pushes the individuals in the rural area to be more productive and not run to the urban areas, making a shift in production quality. So I still tilt towards the federal government. It's policy change. If there can be policy change, then there will be more development.
Okay, let's get back to Ogun State. Ogun State is benefited a lot from their proximity to Lagos, and party structure-wise too. But now let's also now look at development within the particular states. Now there is a cargo airport in Ogun State. There is some other major infrastructures coming. Do you see the states and the citizens gearing up and being ready to tap in these particular opportunities that are there? Or is it still a boardroom issue?
If you look at Dangote, for example, Dangote still have about over 10,000 expatriates working in the Dangote refinery in Lagos.
Exactly.
So citizen participation is both ways. Government has a role to play.
Okay.
Because with the fast pace, the petroleum industry is moving now. State governments at the lower level and even federal government should encourage petrochemical engineering, geology in our schools. We should have more petrochemical universities, and you can see Harvard sending students to Dangote refinery to come and learn, because we have one of the unicorns in the world. This is the single largest refinery in the world, and people are coming here to come and see how it functions, to learn, to gain knowledge. So why are we not doing the same as a people? So if we have that kind of refinery in Lagos, I want to see SOUQ include petrochemical engineering as part of their curriculum and have a satellite campus for it close to Dangote refinery. Have a partnership with Dangote so that our students can have hands-on training with Dangote refinery, do their holiday jobs, do their summer jobs there, get professors, all these expatriates as part-time lecturers at this university. That is the proper way we can gain from all of these things. Transfer of knowledge, because the refinery is sitting on a free trade zone, which means for a number of years they are not going to be paying tax. So what can we benefit apart from the other things that we are benefiting is to actually transfer the knowledge from these expatriates, about over 10,000 of them. So state governments and federal government, local government, they need to be deliberate in preparing citizens for these opportunities. So we should start having schools training people that can work on a ship. There should be courses for it. It doesn't have to be the conventional 4 years university course or 5 years university course. Should we be seeing that within short courses?
Should we be seeing that within those locations, like in Ogun State?
If I'm a local government chairman, if I'm a local government chairman in Lekki or Ogun State, I will look at all the job opportunities that is available, and I will find how we can start 6 months courses, 3 months short courses for people to be able to be engaged in all these places, and we'll start negotiating as part of, because when a factory or an industry of that magnitude is sitting on your local government, they come to you for you to waive certain payment they are supposed to make. So, but what is, and when that's the value they want to take from you. So as a local government chairman, you should be able to say, okay, if you want me to waive this, then you have to employ people from our locality, the son of the soils. Okay, employ 500. Then the next question will be, are they qualified? So you need to prepare them for these opportunities. So it's not every time this kind of opportunities comes and then we'll say, yes, they say we should bring people to employ, but our kids are not qualified. If you go to South, we'll be exploring oil in Nigeria for over 50, 60 years. But all the top officials, 80%, 70%, are still Caucasians. They are still Indians and Chinese, because despite the fact that we have the oil, our people have a sense of entitlement that they should just get free money. But it is the job of the leaders. That is why we elect leaders to direct our thinking, to direct the way we move, to prepare us for these opportunities, to now say, okay, do these 6-month courses, do this 8-month course. In advanced country, you can become a professional engineer without going to universities. You get your degree by practice.
Okay.
Short courses and practice, and in 5-10 years you become a professional engineer. Because we can talk about, oh, people don't have money to go to school, but on the field people can become professionals on the field.
Okay. We still remember the days of City and Guide. It's not far, it's not long ago. Now, for those that are wondering, we might be waiting for the local government or the state governor to make some particular pronouncement or arrange some particular settings for you to acquire some form of education or some form of experience. But you must not wait. These opportunities are coming. And when they come, they won't wait for you. So prepare yourself to latch onto these opportunities. If you are around Ogun State, if you are in Nigeria generally, look at the policies of government and see which one you can key yourself in. There are a lot of them. The government will come to your house and say, this is what we want to do. Come and partake. So get ready. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right back. It's a beautiful Friday. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his oldest were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. This is still SBL and we are talking. Now let's get straight to non-oil revenue. Now, cashew exports earn $400 million. Industry players are still seeking for expansion in growth. Nigeria's cashew industry has generated more than $400 million in export earnings, strengthening non-oil revenue and highlighting agriculture's growing role in the economy. The industry stakeholders say output and value remain far below potential, citing limited processing capacity, weak domestic consumption, and export of raw cashew as key constraint. President of the Federation of Agricultural Commodity Association of Nigeria, Sheriff Balogun, said this on Thursday at the 4th Nigerian Cashew Day in Abuja. He said official figures show steady growth in non-oil exports, driven largely by agricultural commodities, with cashew emerging as one of the country's top earners. Balogun said Nigeria could increase earnings through expanded cultivation, improved yield, and investment in local processing to capture more value along the supply chain. Now, he also said stronger policies, access to finance, and market incentive would boost farmers' income. create jobs, and reduce reliance on volatile oil revenues while supporting food security and industrial growth. If you travel by road from Abuja all the way to Akwa Ibom, once you cross Abuja towards Nasarawa, you see a long stretch of plantation, some wild, some planted, some grown on their own. Then if you get to Enugu, same thing. Between Enugu and Imo, same thing. But to what extent have we decided to make this not just a seasonal thing? Because if you see how it's harvested there, it's more of a seasonal thing. And who are the major players? Olam, not a Nigerian company. Also, along that stretch, there used to be several cashew processing industries, but they are all dead. So majorly what we are doing is not export. So for cashew now, if you happen to be the Minister of Agric, what initiative will you implement there?
What we need to implement is we have our Agricultural Research Institute. Number one, we need to find a way on how we can process the juice and start exploiting or looking at cashew juice for one.
Which we don't do around here.
We don't do. So we have research institutes all over the country. People are drawing salaries, but in my own adult years, I've not seen one invention. Maybe they are making inventions, maybe we are not adopting it, but personally I've not seen one invention of so many agricultural produce that we have. Right now, in advanced country, there's a big market for hibiscus. I'm sorry I'm diverting from cashew to hibiscus. We now have, like the way you have ice cream shop, they now have hibiscus frozen shops where people go, they queue. In New York, there's a particular place that I see people queue to buy, which is Zobo. They ice it, they put flavor, and people queue up. And it comes from Nigeria. We now have tea companies that now package Zobo into tea bags and they sell. For cheap brands, they sell a box for $5. For premium brand, they sell up to $30 for a box.
This same Zobo?
The same Zobo. They put it in a tea bag. So if you want to take Zobo, you just put it in hot water and you put your sweetener to your taste. So these are what our agriculture, and you know the most annoying thing? It's not annoying. On the package, they will say, tropical hibiscus grown in Nigeria, packaged in Canada, or packaged in California. You see it there. So these are what our research institutes are supposed to be doing, and these are some of the small programs that local government chairmen can be funding for people in the local area where they have this produce. So these are the things that we need to do. So until we have a pilot program to say, okay, we can bag hibiscus into tea bag, for example, is when we now start approaching investors to say, okay, this is this business idea. Okay, come and expand it. Let's now go to exports. But if we have, if we don't develop it, nobody will come and develop it. We have to develop it first, have like a pilot program. It is at that point that we'll now bring investors to scale it, to now start exporting. So there are so many byproducts from cashew, not just the nuts. The juice, like I said, even selling the cashew as a fruit, fresh in our supermarkets. We don't have it. And I don't have the data on how much we spend on fresh strawberries from South Africa. So if South Africa can get their strawberry fresh to us in our supermarket and we can buy it fresh. So what happened to cashew being fresh on the shelf too in this supermarket and for us to buy? So we are leaving so much money on the table. We are leaving so much money for birds to feed on. We are leaving so much money to rotting in farms. And we are screaming of revenue problem and unemployment problem. But we have this, even when the right people, they show us, because I don't want to believe I'm the only one that have seen a cashew frozen shop or a cashew tea. we are still not doing it. And we have research institutes every day. We budget millions and millions of money for them. They are buying new vehicles every other year. They are paying salaries every other year. But we have not seen any single invention coming out from there.
So sorry, I want to take it from where you said. So recently I was reading something and they were saying that in Ghana, for example, Ghanaians have worked on a diabetic drug from fermented cassava. And they have seen about 70% effectiveness. In fact, it's so bad that some of the pharmaceuticals in Ghana, international pharmaceuticals, are suing the government for allowing this to be used in the hospitals. We have cassava in Nigeria. I have a godmother who died last year from diabetics. She was heavily on diabetes drug. In fact, that was when I found out that so many people, of course, we saw Mr. Ibu, who is a popular actor, die from diabetes. His leg was amputated. And I was finding out that the theater, the number of people who come in to get their legs amputated for diabetics in Nigeria, the number is staggering. Now, you can imagine that we have cassava in Nigeria. Like you said, I used to know NIFO, which is the Government Research Institute in Edo. You need to see the lands those people have. It's almost half of some local governments. And they have lands, they have facilities. What research are they doing? What is coming out of that? What is NAFDAC doing? So like you talked about cashew, by the time you find out what cashew can produce in society, you find out it can probably take care of malaria, it can take care of typhoid, it can take care of flu if it's given well. What are we doing with our products? It's a shame. Now, Cote d'Ivoire is one of the, for cashew nuts, Cote d'Ivoire is one of the biggest producers in Africa. Vietnam, who is a hub, that's they gather from different countries, and they are now the people who package and make frozen. They are one of the biggest. Nigeria is coming in fourth. Now, we know Nigeria coming in fourth will probably be first if we have local government intervention, because for us to be fourth, with all the lapses we have in importation, now imagine if there's a real follow-up for this. We have states like Kwara that are one of the highest. We have Osun, Ekiti. Of course, we have Enugu too, and a lot of other states that produce cashew in bulk. What are we doing with these things? Nothing.
Even the cashew nut, we have not been able to scale it. Okay. For example, if you go to an upscale supermarket in this side of town, right, you find the locally produced cashew nuts. Yes. It goes for average of 10,000 naira. Then you see the foreign one that is neatly baked, crisps and all of that. It's sold for a staggering 50,000.
Okay, let me bring this to bear. Around early 2000, mid 2000, there used to be this particular cashew processing factory in Imo State, just after crossing Enugu, the boundary between Imo, where you have those plantations, and it was run by both Nigerians and foreigners, and they had one of the best produced cashew nuts. We have visited that place several times. They were not just selling locally, they were also exporting. But the last time I went there, there was no roof in that entire building. They folded up. So these are things insecurity has also caused. Now, we have the highest rate of spoilage, be it food, be it fruit. Mango season, if you travel to some northern states, you see it littered all over the place on the ground. Same thing for cashew nuts too. For those that harvest, most times they don't even pluck from the tree. They just wait for it to fall on the ground and just keep picking from the ground. You talked about our ability to be able to harvest fresh for the market. What exactly is holding us? Is it too much of urban drift? Have the young people, the children left the villages or the local areas and everybody has gone for greener pastures, living and forgetting that the real greens is what we've left behind? What exactly or what policy should local government, state government start looking into for people to start seeing wealth in these places?
There is an illusion of wealth that average Nigerian think this country has. And that is the only thing I can think about why we are so wasteful in this country. Average Nigerian just think, oh, this is a very wealthy country. And local governments, they are screaming of no fund, no fund, no fund. But there are so many opportunities surrounding them that they are not taking advantage of. If local governments, for example, starts renting tractors and farm equipment for 50% or 30% yield of agricultural produce, you are going to make a lot of money. Do you have an idea of the kind of land local government have? So there are so many potentials that we have, but the politicians, they simply just wait for FAC allocation. They don't want to look around them to use what they have to generate money. And they say when the head is rotten, there's no, so, and I feel like it's the way the politicians are thinking, that's what is shaping how the citizens are thinking. So every Nigerian person too is just looking to hammer. So we just see opportunities and potentials around us, but everybody is just waiting to get a contract. If you ask any Nigerian, say, I'm looking to get a contract, they don't have a company, they don't have anything, but they just think somehow, money will come. And that's the way the politicians too are thinking. They are just waiting for FAC allocation to come. Okay, now, the local government have been getting money directly. Apart from local government in Lagos, we cannot pinpoint any local government in Nigeria that has done something substantive in the headline that we can see. Is it better schools? Is it ultra-modern hospitals? They are not doing anything substantial for the people, even with the money. My local government, a very small local government in Kwara State, their allocation is about 500 million every month. And all the staff they have, I'm sure 50 million will clear their monthly salary. So what are you doing with the remaining almost $500 million?
Building hotels.
Building?
Hotels.
Okay. Now...
Sorry, I also wanted to drop something. Like, you know, we can't leave research institutes. We need to be on their case. Another challenge we have in agriculture is our research institutes in Nigeria, most of them have refused to come up with good preservation plans. So, for example, the cashew you talk about, I know cashew spoils between 3 to 5 days. Imagine if you know that, okay, the local farmer, there's a bag of preservatives given that you know that your cashew, you are sure of 2 weeks. And these things, this is what happens in more developed countries. Even in your house, you have stores, you have pads, you have what we put there to educate people that, okay, you can keep this and keep that. It will really help. Now, minus the development of, you know, local farmers and all that, again, we come back to government policies. A lot of times, government says young people go into the farms, but let's face reality. There was a time young people faced farming. What happened to them? A lot of their farms were attacked. A lot of the bigger people, there's a school of thought that claimed that a lot of the bigger Chinese brands or, you know, other Asian countries or some countries intentionally fueled some people who were headsmen to go and frustrate certain people so that they could take, allegedly, that's why I said the school of thought claims, so that they could take over the farms. We saw one in Lekki recently where a couple of people went into fish farming and a particular Asian or I don't know from that side, they went and they poured toxic water into that particular place where they were doing general fish farming. And these people came out on videos, you know, to cry to the government. And they said they were going to get a lawyer, that they poured waste from their manufacturing. Now, there was another school of thought that claimed that right around the corner, there was an Asian fish farming farm. So automatically it wasn't. Those people's fish that is dead now, if you will need to buy fish as a grilling person or fast food joint, you automatically tilt towards this. So government must be very intentional about policy. What are you doing for the people? If people are going into farming, why am I, you know, heading cashew and I'm getting attacked by Fulani headmen? People are eating it, you know, people are coming. And then the farms that have already been sold 5 years ahead to Chinese firms or Vietnamese firms, nothing is happening to those farms. It is my own farm that I'm trying to provide Nigerians with cashew that is being attacked. All these policies, the federal government needs to look. And again, we come back to the local government because the local government is always the nearest factor to the people in the rural area.
Okay. We need a productive nation, and we can't keep letting waste bog us down. There is too much waste in the system, especially in the agricultural sector. Too much waste. I was just thinking, imagine the amount of alcohol we can make from rotten cashew. Imagine the amount of alcohol we can make from rotten mango. But we are not thinking that way. And just like Swift said, we will keep holding our research centers to account, and also the government agencies that are responsible for these research centers. If we have to fund them, we fund them. If we have to bring in real professionals to run these places, not just government government money spending agencies. We want to see real research-based papers, products, and marketable products coming. And also we want to see industries connect to these research centers and not just take things for free. Let's see them empower people. Yes, let's get down to some form of diplomacy here. Some months back, not too long ago, the government did approve some names for ministerial appointment. Now, the Tinubu administration has approved posting of 3 ambassadors to France, the United States, and the United Kingdom. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved posting 3 ambassadors designated from the 68 nominees confirmed by the Senate in December, marking the first batch of diplomatic deployment under his administration. The move follows months of diplomatic vacancies and is expected to strengthen Nigeria's bilateral engagements in key capitals. A statement by presidential advisor Bayo Ononuga said Ayodele Oke was approved as ambassador designate to France, while Colonel Latif Are was cleared as ambassador designate to the United States. The president also approved Amin Dalhatu as High Commissioner designate to the United Kingdom and directed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to notify the respective host governments in line with diplomatic protocol. Officials say the posting signaled a gradual rollout of remaining envoys awaiting deployment. Others will be announced in phases as clearance, logistics, and funding requirements are concluded. The Senate confirms all nominees after security screening and committee reviews last year. Officials said today, okay, we are having 3 major postings: France,
actually,
the US.
Actually, there's Turkey too. There's 4 of them.
Let's talk about the big 3. Let's talk about the big 3: France, UK, and the United States. I'm more interested with the colonel going to the United States. What kind of move do you see the president playing there?
Because we have a security friction with the United States. Mm-hmm. So sending a security expert there, he sends a signal, somebody that understands security and will be able to engage, because recently we've been having more of security conversation with the United States. So that is what I see. And I hope that these new diplomats will be able to sell our country and be able to generate revenue for the country. Because in Nigeria, we see how diplomats and high commissions of different countries sell their countries, even within Lagos. They host events that sell their culture, be it American, be it the British. At every time, they host different educational events and they showcase their culture. And that is the reason why there is so much obsession of people wanting to go to these countries. So we can start doing that too. We can generate a lot of money from tourism. Countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Dubai, countries like even America, UK, they make so much money from tourism, from the money they get from visas to actual spend that tourists spend in their economy. So I want to see, for example, in the UK, our ambassador hosting our Afrobeat artists, our Nollywood artists, showcasing their movies and getting white people to eat our jollof rice, to take our palm wine and excite them with our fashion. We have so many things that we can showcase to the world that will interest them, that we want them to come and experience Nigeria and spend their money here. So I hope they are not just going to sit down in their offices and just collect salaries. And I want to see our High Commission being proactive in helping Nigerians in these countries. When they have problems, they should be able to protect them. They should be able to step in for them. And thanks to the new Minister for Internal Affairs, we no longer have problems of people trying to renew their passport in diaspora, waiting for 2-3 years. It makes the job of the High Commission easier, but these are some of the things that we want to see. We don't want to hear that oh, they are trafficking some Nigerians, they are helpless. Before it gets to the news, the diplomat on ground should have the intelligence and should have stepped in to help them the best possible way. The news want to be coming out to say, oh, this was happening to Nigerians and the minister stepped in and they are now in safety. They are either on their way back to Nigeria or they are safe in the Nigerian embassy in those countries. Those are the news that we want to hear. They have to be proactive. It's not just a place for you to be earning salary and eating foreign food and taking picture with foreign world leaders. You have is a job. You need to sell Nigeria image, and you have to protect Nigerians in those crimes.
Protecting Nigeria and bringing money back home through your major business deals and selling of Nigeria is a must. Now, for a very long time, yes, a very long time, we did not have ambassadors in a lot of nations. A lot of our foreign diplomats were also recalled. Now that particular tide is changing. Names have gone, names have been approved. Now it's more of where they are going to. He said something that really touched me. In the last administration, we saw a lot of news that was not positive, yes, of Nigerians that were ill-treated in a lot of countries. Even Nigerians that were doing legal business and contributing to those economies, yeah, were not spared. Do you think with this new shake-up right now and the new diplomats and ambassadors that will be going, we are going to see a change in the way Nigeria and Nigerians are treated?
Okay, with the shake-up, I would have preferred if the Tinubu administration was sending ambassadors to our local countries around us first, like Benin Republic, Ghana, African countries. That's what I would have preferred, because I would want us to promote Africa first. Let's push ourselves. Let's push this foreign madness out of. Let's make a conscious effort to tell them that, look, we don't send you. Because let's be honest, from everything, the way the world is pointing, from the way the world is showing us, it's obvious that the European foreign counterparts, all they are interested in is taking advantage of our resource in Africa and blackmailing the government, pushing us with all sorts of propaganda and painting Nigerians in the diaspora black. Thank God for CNN and other people who had come out with there was a time that there was a report that showed that Nigerians in the US were the most educated of the populace, and they had professors, doctors. Of course, we see it all the time, how out of all graduating students from colleges and universities, it is very, very rare not to have 3-4 Nigerians that are having first classes. And so that alone is supposed to be enough. But you can see that the Tinubu administration, although they have been untwisted to picking ambassadors, there was a school of thought. I also love that school of thought. I was not too excited about the ambassadorial pick. I felt the monies that are going into them, going their families, all these things should be used to build Nigeria and, to develop us. But right now, we are going good. Our ambassadors, like he said, it's not to go and eat rice and take pictures. Let us see them doing something. We've seen a lot of pictures, videos, posts of people being treated badly, even from the airports. Like I was saying, a month ago, a friend of mine was coming in from China, and their flight was delayed. I can't remember in the country, I think Turkey or so. And they told them, because it was going to be delayed for 19 hours, every other person from every country was entitled to a hotel room, which is the standard regulation. The Nigerians said they were 4 on the flight. They told them, we do not give Nigerians rooms, and they had their reasons. Nigerians have gone there, subletted some of the rooms before some people in court, so the airlines have had bad experiences. But is this good because you have it's wrong. You can't treat people that way. So with the ambassadors coming in, of course, there will be more bilateral relations. There will be more talks on this. A Nigerian can write to the ambassador, If you're also being intimidated, you can pick for diplomatic immunity and run into your embassy, and your ambassador can come out and have conversations, go to governors and to police stations. So this is a plus for Nigerians. They should do more. For the US and the Colonel, we can see that Tinubu is being very intentional because there was some speculations that some of the attacks were not properly met with our military, and there were some wrong places that bombs were, being sent to from the U.S. government. I don't know, I'm not a military officer, but we can see that they are very intentional, sending a military officer that can give good information, or they can have some good liaison with the military. Also, this week alone, a lot of Nigerians were promoted in the U.S. Army because they are intentionally pushing Nigerians up front, especially when it comes to the fact that the U.S. Army is thinking about sending some soldiers on ground here. So they have promised that in part of the soldiers, a lot of the numbers are going to be Nigerians who have nationalized in the U.S., which is a plus for us. So with a colonel going there, this is good. Ambassadors going, good news. But like I said, they should do the right thing. And the government too needs to be on their toes to make sure that there are no slip-ups.
Okay, if we say the government being on their toes, they are also the government. Because they are direct, not just representative, direct arm of the president himself in those particular countries. So they are the mouthpiece, the person hosting the parties on behalf of the president. We want to see those chambers of commerce that the Japanese ambassador will hold in Nigeria. We want to see those particular, some years back, let me recount this particular story. James Bond was coming to this country. The James Bond franchise was coming to this country. It was the British ambassador that was standing at the door and shaking hands of those that came for that movie premiere. These are things we want to see, where you directly come out to sell the private business of your country. We see Japan do it with Toyota. We see them do it with Yamaha. In this country, in Lagos, on a regular basis.
Even the recently Afrima Award, which is African Music Award, you see the Swedish High Commission partnering. You see the British High Commission partnering. Some of the build-up events was hosted at the British High Commission in Korea, attended. Yes. And all they do is they sell their culture. They sell, and people want, that's why people want to visit the country. And you see, even the ambassador to Sweden walks around the event, shook hands with over 100 people, engage people in groups, talk about their country, how they are helping the creative industry. All they do is sell their country. And I bet that 5-6 people will go to the embassy to go and pay for visa. Whether they get it or not, they make their money. And that's their job. They generate, I dare say, most of these foreign embassies generate the money for their running in Lagos. They generate it. So the question of, oh, we don't have money to sponsor them, is a way for us to generate money. There are too many things that we can sell. Too many things. Too many things. Culture, food, movie, music, fashion. There are too many things that we can sell. We need somebody to propagate Nigeria beyond just Boko Haram and corruption and illiteracy, underdevelopment. There are so many things that we can tell as a story about Nigeria.
Okay, so many things we can sell, and sell we must. But on this particular story, there are so many things we don't want to sell because NAFDAC is saying, slow down. Now, alcohol sale regulation is back. NAFDAC is coming to do some enforcement on sachet restrictions. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration, that's NAFDAC, and control has resumed enforcement of its ban on alcohol beverage sold in sachet and bottles under 200 mils. The agency warned manufacturers, distributors, and retailers that violation will attract sanctions, including fines and product confiscation. The move targets cheap, high-strength alcohol that is easily accessible and poses health risk to the public. Now, NAFDAC officials are also saying that the ban is part of broader efforts to curb alcohol-related social issues and protect consumers from unsafe products. Consumers have been advised to buy alcohol only from licensed outlets and in approved packaging sizes. Authorities plan routine inspection across markets and retail outlets nationwide to ensure full compliance with this particular regulation. 2 or 3 years ago, we first got this hint of, hey, sachet alcohol products to be banned. 2 years ago, it happened. Last year, it happened. There were a lot of blowbacks. But as of the end of last year, that particular policy came to stay. Still, we still see some blowbacks here and there. NAFDAC is on enforcement right now. Should we be worried at the rate of consumption stemming from sachet alcohol products or any of the alcohol products in containers less than 200 mils?
What we can derive from this news is that the producers, they increase the alcohol content in the little size packaging, either in the sachet or the smaller bottles.
Small per bottle.
So to encourage people to buy, because if the normal alcohol content is in that sachet, it probably will not do nothing to them, to the patronizers, and they won't buy it. So the producer needs to increase the alcohol content, thereby posing health risk to the consumers. And that is what NAFDAC do not want to see. They don't want to see people buying harmful products, and they are trying to protect us. So there are so many ways to look at this ban, which we support, because this kind of packaging encourages alcoholism. And even if we look at the way these products are consumed, they are mostly, my own personal concern, mostly consumed at motor parks. And that is a lot of dangers. When we are talking about motor parks, that is a place where mass of people are moved around the city. So we cannot have intoxicated and alcoholic drivers moving children and people around our cities. And anybody that lives in Lagos, for example, and take public transport in Lagos will bear witness that 80% of the drivers that move them in public buses are either high or intoxicated, or they drink while driving.
So most times they're driving under the influence.
Under the influence. So as they are leaving the park, you see them, they give the woman by the garage entrance some money, they get like 2 or 3 sachets, and they take while they drive. And it's been normalized. In advanced countries, that is a crime that will send you to jail. But people do it in broad daylight here, and we need to put a stop to it. So, and NAFDAC is saying, beyond that, this product, this sachet, it pollutes the planet. You see it all over the floor, and it doesn't rotten. It eventually finds its way to the ocean. It poisons our ocean. And so there's so many environmental concern about this type of packaging as well, beyond just harmful products and the potential threats to even the society.
Okay, you are talking about, he has gone from accessibility to it not being biodegradable. Now let's talk about those particular sachets. The trend at which we now see the access and places where they are being sold. There are no restrictions anymore. Unlike if you're buying from a normal size alcohol bottle, you just know that, okay, your moral mind won't let you go and sell it close to a school if it's in a normal bottle. But if in a sachet, you can as well just sell it in a principal's office. We are seeing younger people easily get access to alcohol, unlike before. Do you think that is one thing we should be worried about?
So I would say that younger people have always had access to alcohol. I remember when I was in secondary school, there was a palm wine shop right beside my secondary school, and I know how teachers had to come and flog students and chase them, and you see them jump over, and some people
to go to the shop.
Yes, just to get a bit of palm wine.
But it's easier for them to get the sachet now.
so there's like, I just want to come with the point that.
How many times do you go to the shop?
So I just want to come with the point that I wouldn't even lie. My parents were not strict on alcohol us growing up, so we always had palm wine in the house. If you wanted to drink a bit and sleep. And I can tell you that I don't drink alcohol right now. None of my brothers and sisters drink, I guess because there were not too much limitations. It wasn't seen as evil. Coming from the point where they are looking at, one, there's a school of thought that claims, look, our local alcohol consumption being fought by foreigners, foreign brands, because we have seen a lot of foreign brands coming in the last 2 to 4 years into Nigeria?
Okay.
Is it that these bigger brands are afraid that, look, the local brands are taking over and they are trying to get into the market, into the, into the mushes, into the parks? For the parks and all those things, I would blame the park authorities. It still comes down with policy and federal government. If the federal government, state government, and local government pass a rule that, look, if you drink before you drive a bus, road safety, LASMA, whoever can seize your vehicle if you are smelling of alcohol or you are tested. A lot of people would not drink. So this comes down to policy. For the sachets, it's easy for, local people who brew sachet drinks, our own Nigerian local sachet drinks. It's easy for them to be able to sell. It's easily accessible. You can go to a birthday party instead of sharing a bottle of 20K. You can just do 50K sachets. I'm not defending it. And everybody will drink and everybody will be happy and we all go home. So the big man is getting his high, the poor man is getting their high. Now, so according to this school of thought, is it that these people are being witch hunt? That's one. Now, for the fact that I'm happy about this because I feel that it has come to a point where Nigerians, we should go back to our roots. I would rather see somebody selling palm wine, selling ogogoro, the real gin, which is healthy, which when you drink, it's very healthy for you as a man and as a woman. I'm talking of palm wine and ogogoro. They are natural. So at the end, your body is acting well compared to all these things in sachets, all this alcoholic drink, their preservatives and all this nonsense have been put inside. So I buy the idea of that. I'm a fan for that. But for the witch hunting thing, NAFDAC needs to be careful. We want to see them, because this is job creation for some people too. This sachet thing is job creation. The smaller bottles are job creation. What are they putting in place for younger people? Because everybody cannot work with the big brands that are signing the big artists for 100 million and 50 million. They have limitations. These sachet drinks are good ways to create jobs for people. Okay. So what are they doing about this job creation thing that they're about to scrap out now? Okay.
This sachet content are also coming from the big brands. It's not as if maybe it's coming from one brand that we don't know. All of them, except those premium brands. Some premium brands, I've also seen some premium brands.
For example, Diageo now.
Yes.
Produce about 40% of all the alcohol products that we have. And they have brands that range from the most premium to the most local.
And 90% are in sachet, as we speak now.
So there's all big brands, but the accessibility of alcohol is not a necessity. And in some country, alcohol is not a necessity anywhere. And in some country now, alcoholism is a big problem. And even though we have not diagnosed that in this part of the world, it is a big problem. And we have normalized so many things around alcohol. The most common one, the most dangerous one is drinking by public transport drivers. And we are not, the government, people can still have their beers. And I believe beer is still the best-selling form of alcohol anywhere in the world. Nobody is banning beers. But sachet alcohol with unnecessarily high alcohol content for it to be potent is dangerous.
Okay, let's even break it down. Not just sachet alcohol. Most of them are sachet spirits. A lot of them are spirits, apart from the some of the herbal concoctions. Most of them are spirits. And at the end of the day, we'll see, I don't know why we are not going there. You just didn't want to go there. Secondaries, you see them a lot here in Lagos. Okay, we are talking about Lagos because that's where we are.
She mentioned diabetes problem. A lot of this diabetes problem is from
alcohol.
This type of alcohol.
It's more like heart conditions that are coming from it. Heart conditions, kidney failure. Yes.
No, and even diabetes too. And diabetes too.
Diabetes is not that.
Then also, how do we curb fake alcohol when a whole lot of them is easily accessible through sachet drinks? These are things we also need to look at. We had an experience of someone that, not just an experience, we've seen it in this country several times, where ethanol was put in bottles, not even sachet.
Yes.
Ethanol was put in bottles and government had to come out and start shouting. People were dying.
In Ondo.
People were dying. So, hey, We will support NAFDAC on this. We want to see the brands come out and provide alternatives. Also, we don't want to see these sachet drinks close to any secondary school. I think the government should go beyond that. If you see anybody selling any of these sachet close to a secondary school, the person should be arrested.
No, it's not just sachet. So a friend of mine is a life coach, and he talked about one of the biggest schools in Lagos, and they pay about 3 to 5 million, and the children were having their graduation party. And then he noticed that, you know, the punch, they were very happy. They were protecting it. And so he says, can I get a cup? And they say, doctor, you are our guy. And so they give him a cup. And he found out it was full of alcohol. And these children from GS1, GS2, they were giving themselves to drink to SS3. Their principal, their parents were not aware. They were thinking their children were drinking juice. By the time they got down, it wasn't sachets. It was big. So alcoholism, children will be children. From us, I don't want us to look at it that is, it was big brands, and they are big people's children, brands of 50K, 70K. So alcoholism is alcoholism. Let the government be very firm on arresting people who sell alcohol. And by the time they found that one of the children drove into one very big supermarket and they purchased alcohol worth 300 and something thousand naira and paid with one of their father's cards. So alcoholism, that comes down to policy. Federal government needs to pass a policy. Anybody less than 18, if you don't have an ID card.
So how do you enforce that when it's being sold on the street?
Good. So, for example, I catch you selling to somebody. Auntie, how are you fine? This boy you sold to, did you ask for his ID card? I'm a bail now. By the time you bail yourself with 10,000.
Can you translate?
You bail yourself. That's who carry you. Okay. Bail yourself with 10,000. Bail yourself again with 20,000. Bail yourself again. You will not, when you see people,
when you have people
on the asking.
Street selling is not easily enforced. Even in all the most advanced countries, they see police, they run. They know who the police,
but at least they are running. Now, I see a lady sit down, and I see police officers beside her drinking, and I see a young boy come, and they don't even ask him, who are you buying this for? Okay. Because there's no policy.
While we look at policies, let's also look at morals. Please, my fellow countrymen, if you see any of these sales close to a school, please, I beseech you, we beg you, we on this side, please, help us and make sure it does not happen. We don't want to start breeding alcoholic children in the next future. We don't want to see alcoholic leaders. We've gone past that particular era where our leaders will be waking up in the morning and we'll wait till 12 o'clock when they are a bit stable to talk to them. We want to see a society that is working. NAFDAC will always support you, and we'll talk and keep talking about this. Now let's talk about maritime expansion. Nigeria launched the capital vessel financing portal for indigenous shippers. Now, Nigeria has launched this particular initiative has been on for a while, but that particular portal is up. Now, this portal is unlocking $700 million in long-delayed financing for specifically indigenous ship owners. The initiative is aimed at strengthening local participation in maritime transport and boosting the country's shipping capacity under the cabotage policy. Now, the portal will facilitate access to loans and guarantees for Nigerian-owned vessels, supporting ship acquisition, construction, and modernization. Authorities said the fund is designed to address historical financial gaps that have limited indigenous operators' ability to compete with foreign shipping companies. For a very long time, right after the Nigerian shipping line went under, that's years, I'm sorry, a lot of children of this day were not even born. We lost that track of ability for indigenous ship owners or even ship manufacturers to access funds to really compete in that business. And that was completely taken over by Asia, the West. We had this other, the cabotage law came to being, and different governments have always played lip service to it. Then we also had ship owners come and say, okay, hold on. In that particular law, there is a segment of every single Nigerian product that is assigned to Nigerian shippers to lift. But can Nigerian shippers lift it if they don't have the vessels in the first place? I think LNG were the first to say, okay, good and fine, Nigerian ships will lift Nigerian gas. So we saw that come up with LNG right from inception. But the crude is still not happening. The movement of ships when they come into this country is majorly just what we do. We just help ships, anchor, help ships leave. But now with this particular portal, and I'm able to access funding, even if it's this, well, it's better we start from somewhere. What should we be seeing? Are we going to see players take advantage of this, or are we going to see people still standing and complaining?
Yeah, one thing I like about this government is that they are doing all the heavy lifting, because they are putting all the policies in place that makes Nigeria a investment destination again, and making it easier for domestic businessmen to be able to access global money. So this is only the first. I hope this goes well. It will encourage other people to access this kind of investments. And generally, we want to see more movements in this particular industry. We've been on this table, we've discussed severally how the minister in that portfolio is not really doing much. So, but this is the kind of movements that we want to see. This will boost investment, this will boost revenue, and this will boost employment.
Okay. We have just 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Another issue we are going to have right now is that of insurance, because insurance for this particular sector is big. And the major people that have been making the big bucks are foreign companies. As this particular cabotage law is taking place and people are going to access it, are we also going to see insurance companies gaining or being empowered to also cover them?
And definitely, insurance companies will be empowered. As of 2024, it was estimated that Lagos alone made 850.3 billion from the maritime sector. And most of the people in the maritime sector in Lagos State are private owned. Some, in fact, they are the local ship that even with their with the rolling and all that. But of course, we know that those ones seem to have a lot of accidents and tragedy and all that. So thank God the government is now making it easier for upgrade. So you already have a local ship. Now you can now access funds. Because part of the problems of upgrade, when a lot of these people were being interviewed, where they said, look, they don't have funding for upgrade. I knew that, I think last year, so not trying to propagate them, Dangote took their time to give most of these local ship people, they gave them life jackets, because they found out that a lot of private shipping people that run this local ship, they couldn't afford life jackets for people who enter. So a couple of people, you have 30 people or 20 people in your ship, they come in without life jackets. And if there are accidents, they are more likely to die from these accidents. So as the federal government is opening this, like I said, every time you follow the big men trend, the Hotel Dollar, the Dangote, what they are doing, and the next year or upper year, federal government starts to invest in those business. We saw them pay attention to these people, and suddenly now federal government is saying, look, for these local people, what can we do for them? Let's open a portal where you can easily access funds, you can easily run it, which is good. So it's job creation, it's assessment of funds, and it's also going to keep a generation of families to continue in the business trade line, because the fishermen family is not everybody that can do it. It's a spiritual thing according to them. Some people can stay underwater for up to 10 minutes. You and I can't. And so these people can now continue in their father's stakes by having better ships and better equipment, which is good for the economy.
Thank you very much. We want to see Nigeria grow, and that communication, that conversation will never stop on this table. To everyone that has been part of the production from Monday to Friday, I want to say thank you very much. Those in the MCR, those behind the cameras, those editing, and those prompting. You've been the best. We want to see Nigerian ships moving Nigerian cargoes. We want to see export happening with Nigerian ships. We also want to see a whole lot of collaboration when it comes to the insurance of that particular sector. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again next week. But hey, this weekend, be the best version of you. Get some rest, and let's do it again.
They tell you that you should be spontaneous and creative in everything you do. Have a beautiful weekend. Be spontaneous and creative. My name is Swift Aderito. Have a beautiful, beautiful weekend too.
I mean?
Have a beautiful weekend and have a great day today.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Olumorok, Lishabi, and the people of Egala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it play an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
history and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumo Rock, because Olumo Rock is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumo Rock, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
Brace up.
Brace up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumo Rock, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumo Rock.
Thank you. So
this is the first level on the rock. Olumo Rock is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumo Rock.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumo Rock is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungwakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from a stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lumpo. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pods serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here. So this is the cave.
This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there was some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is crushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, Osi two top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Fareku for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa Areku to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun, wahala ti daamu aye wa mo si Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mold or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them, so that they can take their refuge on that. Oluwa lo mo fun wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abeokuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abeokuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only 2 people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the 2 people are the paramount ruler of Egbaland, that's Alake of Egbaland, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egbaland will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity. Also the climbers of Ulumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Ulumo Rock that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egbaland, the paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oshilo of Okiono, Agura of Bagura, and Oluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they are looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbu Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbu Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the, just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba quality cocoa. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point, yes, as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba quality Gia cocoa. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the newly studied Iyalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyalumo. She died at the age of 137 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles is striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they got, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear to go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So we have a baobab tree here. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afonapunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It botanica is Adansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections, because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. Wanipo do ikapa, apa okapa, wọ́n do ika igi oshe, apa okoshe, wọ́n do ika konga oshe binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord, those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also, they use it for a far consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient route is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
As a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi Festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically,
Cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture.
Hello and welcome to the maiden edition of Queen's Court, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Juliet Binite, Reverend Juliet. In recent times, more women have stepped into leadership roles, demonstrating empowering role of education, technology, and access to information. These women leaders have not only achieved remarkable success in their fields, but also played pivotal role in promoting gender equality and education reforms. Today, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the unseen barriers. But before we set the ball rolling, let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back to introduce our guests. Welcome back. Women leaders already battling workplace stereotypes and seeking work-life balance found themselves shouldering more enormous responsibility in recent time. Hence, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the rising challenges. Joining me for this discussion is my sis, a big sis, but in this court, we will call you Lady. Lady Horochi Ogan, leadership consultant, and the CEO of O'Neill, a global management firm focused on leadership. At my immediate right, welcome, Lady Horochi.
Thank you
to the
very
Queen's
much.
Court.
Thank you.
Maiden version.
Thank you.
A pleasure
Thank
having
you.
you here.
I'm glad.
And of course, another big sis of mine, a wonderful, incredible woman leader, Lady Adiola Aziz. In this court, it's the Queen's Court, so get ready for that. A politician and a social entrepreneur, and of course, the founder of an NGO, Community Care Foundation, focused on empowering youth and women, and especially in agriculture, solving the hunger problem. And I just want to welcome Mrs. Lady Adiola. You're welcome to Queen's Court.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will be discussing these matters of women in leadership and the challenges. Yeah. And today's discussion is going to be focused more on the ideological issues of these leadership issues, because women and leadership is almost as if it's not something to go together. When you say women, it doesn't count leadership. So we want to have that discussion, understanding that women have been leading in the past. We have seen great women leaders. We have seen Queen Amina Ozaria. We have seen Funmilayo Ransom Kuti in the West, and we have seen Margaret Ekpo in the East. So even in Nigeria, we have women who have led and showed tremendous leadership. But there are also very minimal leaders all over, abysmal women in leadership in different spheres of influence. The banking sector is beginning to show up with great women as CEO at the top of the echelon of the bank. But however, do we have enough women who are going to occupy that seat the moment they leave? So this discussion is very important, especially to a new generation of women rising, with the issues of women leading both at home and at the city gate. That balance of things, we need to have that discussion. That's why it's important to have the discussion. I'm coming to you, Lady Adiola, and of course it's going to be the same, we'll dovetail to that same area of discussion on these rural women. Because of the issues of mindset, culture, educational background, and the 9 yards of the philosophy of understanding that women are also leaders, how do we navigate? Apart from education, training, let's say training, what is the intricate issues that you think is still limiting these women, even at the rural level? Let me give you an example. I was at a program where I needed to speak to some women. When they called me, I thought they were educated women, but I found out they were not, so I had to go into pidgin English a little bit. But I realized that these women have such capacity and role to play in the society. And they were complaining at the issues of the genital mutilation, the issue of the girl-child marriage. It was within the middle belt of Nigeria. And I was telling them, but you are a leader, you are women leaders. And they were like, no, what are you talking about? That's is the chief, is the this. So how are we going to go about, especially the rural Africa, because we have over 20 million women entrepreneurs, SMEs, and it's fundamentally women, producing, adding to the GDP per capita of Nigeria. Incredible when I saw that data. And yet we say we are not leading. Can you speak to that? And Lady Horichi also would add to that comment, because it's at the center of this discourse in its ideological and philosophical level. Because before we talk about specializing in areas of leadership, do we really want the men to still tell us to lead, or can we just simply realize it?
You see, when you're talking about what you just said at the rural level, right, we need to understand that, like I said, most of them are illiterate, and most of them are controlled and led by their chiefs, the ballers, their husbands, and all of that. I'll give you an example. During the local government election, we had to have a by-election in one of my wards. And there was a particular woman who was very active, widow, 6 children, she was under 23. And I said to her that, why don't you come and represent the ward, because we needed you to be there. Somebody asked. And she said, yes. So I said, okay, we will support her, we will fund her, and all of that. Do you know that by the next day or 2 days later, when we reached her, we couldn't get her on the phone? And I actually paid somebody to go and look for her. Did something happen? What had happened was that her uncle, her late husband's brother, the ballers, and said, how dare she put herself forward? Or she said she didn't put herself forward, that it was Honorable Adiola Aziz who asked her, because she saw the potential. She mobilized a lot for us, and she went into hiding.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that? So I now realize that what we need to do, we have to start the education from these male at that level who control these women.
Excellent.
During campaign, they're for you. They will do this, they'll support it, they say this is who we want. On the day of election, right, their husbands, the ballers, they would have given all of them
all of you, this is the direction you go. So when you have that kind of, I don't know what to call it, whether it's a directive, I don't want to use the word bullying or whatever, a directive from their husband,
that's what it is.
Whatever, to do this. So tell me, how do those women want to express themselves? By voting or deciding or taking choices or making decisions that they feel is right for them. It's not inclusive.
So we need strong advocacy.
We need strong advocacy, and we need to try and see how we can get the buy-in of these men who have a strong hold on their wives, their sisters, on these women, to say, look, this is your daughter. This is what will happen. And a woman at that level only cares for food on the table for the children and how the children will go to school. Once you can satisfy those two needs, right, a woman she'll thrive on her own. But when she doesn't have that independence of mind to make a decision by herself, hey, she's in bondage.
Wow.
She's in bondage, and that is at that local level. I saw it live and direct. So they do not have the capacity. They've got the competency. They do not have that capacity to take those decisions by themselves. So it's limiting and it's patriarchy, it's stereotyping, and hey, why should you raise your head up to say you want to lead? Who's giving you permission?
Excellent. But in comparatively to that, let me even draw it back to even at the international level, we only have about 23% to 25% of women at the global level. So if the rural woman, the issue of that control, is it the same as the woman at the elite level who has gone to school, at least did her high school, or suddenly she disappeared? I have had friends who were probably acting before, they get married and they just disappear off the screen. What is it? Is it just the limiting factor from the men, or the psychology of the women themselves, knowing that now that I'm married, maybe I'm not called to lead?
Very interesting question. Very interesting question, because even before you asked it, I wanted to use a corporate example equivalent to the rural one that she
Excellent.
I attended an HR meet and greet meeting. It was a people-centered thing, and the head of HR of a multinational bank came to talk to us about barriers and women in the corporate world. She gave a practical example. She said, if there's a general management or CEO opportunity in Côte d'Ivoire, and you call a man and said, go and prepare, we're getting you ready, you're going to be the CEO in Côte d'Ivoire, the man will jump, thank, and if you call a woman, the woman will tell you, this is an exciting opportunity. Let me go home and discuss it with my husband. This is what is going on in the corporate world. I'm not talking about rural environment. So these barriers are real.
Yeah.
But in the same circumstances, we now had another CEO from a bank that told us about intentionality and planning. She said she went into banking career and she was intentional from word go that she was going to be at the top and nobody was going to limit her. It's not about feminism or women, whatever. She just had a relationship with her husband that helped her husband understand her and help her husband push her career. So she had a baby at the point they made her a chief executive officer for a bank in Ivory Coast or somewhere. She just, then there was not even GSM. She just planned, had 2 stable nannies, had a way of reaching out to them, on a mini basis when she's doing her work. And she was able to do the assignment. She was able to take the position and enhance her career in the bank. At the point she was talking now, she was now CEO in Nigeria. So these barriers are real. And because I'm an SME person, when you mentioned SME, my body was shaking.
I can imagine, yes.
You see, so it's not an easy assignment, but if we're intentional, you need to reach out to them. It's a two-pronged approach.
the first thing is that you need to sensitize the women. You need to get their buy-in. You know, you need to let them understand the benefits for them. It's not for me. You know, but you need to talk to them at their level. Speak vernacular. You can't speak that vernacular. Get somebody to interpret. Some of them do not. If they understand pidgin English, I'm very good at that. When I get to my village, I start racking in Igbo language. What is important to me is communication. So you reach out to them at their level and try and sensitize them, create awareness. Let them there's a paradigm shift that needs to happen. Let them begin. You break down the growth mindset in a simple way that will help them understand. That's the first step. Second step is to work with this huge, I don't know what to call them, husbands, chiefs, cousins, uncles, the male factor, you know, that is sitting over the female folk patriarchally, is to get them to understand. It's also a buy-in process, you know. Have conversations with them, help them to understand. When you get into a rural environment, you get to the valley. The valleys, I've seen people that were able to work and change an environment with the Oba. The Obas, recently, they're very literate. The valleys, even if they're not, they have understanding. If you get their buy-in, you just go out of your way, try and get their buy-in. Once you get their buy-in, it's easier to get the buy-in of all the other male figures in that environment. It is possible. I had listened to a senator that wanted to change something fundamentally from a sphere of influence, and it was genital mutilation. And she started, it was a Herculean task, but she was deliberate, she was planned. She started with the Oba of her village. Yes. She started with the Oba, continued having meetings until the Oba got the buy-in.
Excellent.
So when the Oba got the buy-in, she went to the youth. The youth got the buy-in and said any woman that is mutilated will not marry. Do you understand? So I'm giving this practical example to say that it's possible.
Societies have changed.
Yes, it's possible. If you go systematically, you will have a buy-in, and there'll be a mindset change. There'll be a paradigm shift, and then you begin to make progress. By the time you're handling simultaneously the women, you know, and the male figures that are barriers, these barriers are real.
No,
that's why we need to.
They're real.
Be very deliberate about it.
I want to add to that contribution, especially for the current generation of women that we have. One of the things that I have also found out is that if you know you have the desire to leave, for goodness sake, when you are dating your spouse or your husband to be, please discuss it. Because some men will not entertain it. So you will not get in and say, oh, when I marry, I will change his mind.
No.
Because if it doesn't happen at that stage, you don't express your desire to him, and he doesn't support it at the beginning, it's not going to work.
That's the story. I can simplify. Yes. I can get up today, I'm going tomorrow.
Right. So getting the buy-in at an early stage, once you know leadership is in your mind, is extremely important. So that you know where you're going to. Because if they don't support you,
no, it's a problem. It's going to be a challenge.
And at the same time, married. Yes. At the same time, as a single politician again, if you go out there and you don't see your husband beside you once or twice, it's like, what is she? Is she here? You know the negativity that goes with it. I remember when I was contesting, I had to tell my husband at the early stages of my campaign, please be beside me. And they all definitely they enjoyed it.
Excellent.
You know, so it's important that they get the buy-in of the husband before the violence and the obas and all of that.
Can I add something? Before you add, just for us to begin to conclude something, because this is a proof of what you have said. Because the data shows that there was a organization that financially outperformed industry competitors have more women in leadership. That the more women are in leadership, the organization's competitiveness increases and improves. And I always tell men also, if your wife is a leader, is an improvement to your social capital, is an improvement to your financial capital. As we wind down this discussion that is a continuum, it continues because it's a very broad discussion. And we now see the reason why the discussion should happen, because the women quotient in the leadership role, beside whether it's the husband or other men, is quite low. We still have them in all spheres of influence. We're having that challenge. So you can make your conclusive point of what will it take for us to increase the quotient as we wrap this up. Starting from her as she concludes her points, then also dovetail to that question.
My last words as we conclude.
Yes.
I was going to say that when it comes to marriage, I'm not deviating. I think that conversation should happen whether you want to be a leader or not.
Yes.
You need to let, as a human, because you need to let your husband, get your husband consent from the beginning to support you to be the best versions of your life.
That's it.
You need to.
That's your HR speaking.
Yes. You need to get your husband to support you to be, you are his helpmeet. You're there to help him to be the best versions of his life, but it's a partnership. He should also make a commitment to help you to be the best versions of your life.
Precisely.
And so if you have that balance at the beginning, it's easier to manage things. It's easier to manage things, you know, when you're in the marriage. And these are my last words. I keep coming back to, you know, move further and overnight. You know, we need to be very strategic.
Yes.
We need to deal with the critical mass. We need to encourage the we need to have a dialogue from the city. This not just your outfit. Excellent. Science and environment. We don't come together as a team. That's what we're doing. This is not a talk show.
Definitely.
I'm a solution bearer. I'm here to solve problems. That's why I came on the program.
Yes.
So outside this program, as we progress, can we come together and put up a strategic plan on what we can execute? And I'm not talking about high level.
Yes.
Let's go back, because my family has a foundation. I understand how to run grassroots issues. Let's go back to the grassroots. Let's start doing something.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady Adeolaman, as we conclude.
Yes. There's been a lot of talk about the value.
Yes.
About the value that women bring to the table.
Yes.
If they are there.
Okay.
If they show up, if they're there. Promoting women leadership is simply social justice.
Excellent.
It is inclusivity.
Excellent.
It is diverse critical thinking. It brings prosperity to the table.
Yes.
To the nation, to the community, to the society. So why do you want to leave 50% of the gender that makes up the workforce, that makes up the SMEs, that makes up who we are in Nigeria? Why do you want to cut them out of the equation?
Excellent.
It's like having an aeroplane flying with one wing.
It will never fly.
So it will never fly. So the earlier we start to realize that women leadership is a must, it's a task that we must face, embrace, be intentional, and ensure that anything that comes in our way, for those of us who are there, we advocate, lead. And what's the other word again? When you lobby, the men, that please, this is for your wives, your daughters, your sisters. Social justice is key.
Thank you very much.
Equity and equality is paramount.
Thank you very much. We must all remember that leadership is not masculine, it's human. And women's rights are indeed human rights. And every woman is called to lead, right from the home gate to the city gate. And once again, I want to appreciate Lady Horochi Agam and Lady Adiola Aziz to Queen's Court, the maiden version.
Thank you.
2024. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for listening. God bless you, and bye for now.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
I was in Nigeria up until SS1 third term, SS2, and after that I moved to France where I did my A levels, and then after that I moved to England where I did my undergrad, and then my masters I did in America. And European culture is European culture, right? For me, it's actually quite interesting because I learned so much more about Africa outside Africa, right? Because in the education I had in secondary school, there wasn't really much focus on our history or the greatness that Africa was. It almost seemed more like propaganda history, that our history pretty much just started slightly before colonization, and everything else we've become is either our journey to independence and carrying on the system that we're left with, right? Unfortunately, schooling abroad brought this Afrocentric idea into my consciousness. Books about researchers that showed our history that goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, Timbuktu, the great empire of Mali, learn about people like Mansa Musa, connecting migrations from what is present-day Nigeria in the southwest up onto the Nile Valley, and the different movements, migration patterns that happen between those two civilizations, right? Aside that, the governance, giving one a higher expectation of what one should expect from government, giving one a higher expectation of what democracy should be or what it should look like, because you can't really operate outside of what you've been exposed to. You know, when the mind has been expanded, it cannot go back to its former size, right? And experiencing what quality education is like, experiencing what good governance is like,
experiencing a health system that works, a health system that is checking on people before they get sick because they know that on the long run that will keep the cost of healthcare coverage lower. Preventative medicine as opposed to constantly solving problems as they're happening. Understanding the value of data, data-driven policy, and how all these come together to create a system that works and that people can thrive in. Understanding the value of people paying taxes, right? And the services they get in return of those taxes. I think these are some of the things that I got from my exposure schooling abroad. And then when I moved back to Nigeria, I did my NYC, and then I started working. I worked in some architecture firms while also running mine and getting some projects, and then went into business. And then when I wanted to go into politics, after leading a GMO campaign alongside other notable patriotic Nigerians, I decided that, experiencing leading a 2,000-man march on the Senate and understanding how they responded to us, which, in my opinion, did not show people that actually prioritize the well-being of their people, I felt that it's important to go into politics. Okay, so I ran for student council president in high school and won. So politics that way, yeah. You can say since I was 19, having an idea, having the manifesto and selling that idea, understanding problems and proffering solutions and implementation strategies. Yeah, so I can say 18, 19. When I came back and after the GMO, for those that don't know, genetic modified foods, we led a 2-year campaign against the Ministry of Agriculture that was chaired at the time by Akinwumi Adesina to prevent the adoption of genetic modified foods in Nigeria. And that process, engaging with politicians and our representatives, I felt that Nigerians deserve better. And I'm not one to just complain and point fingers or tweet on social media. I believe if you engage in something, you need to see it all the way. So I ran for local government chairman. But before that, I actually went to Unilag and got a master's in research and public policy. Now, I had some very brilliant professors, without a doubt, some very, very brilliant professors. People like Professor Jikutu, people like Professor Logbenla, Onoha, a number of very brilliant people. But at the same time, in relation to the level of organization, there's still a way to go, and I think this also comes down to funding our universities properly, ensuring that our professors are well paid, ensuring that we have enough professors, because a lot of our professors, they are taking so many classes with so many students and they have to bring in their A game to all of these things. We need to prioritize education a lot more in this country, Nigerians are some of the most brilliant human beings in this world. Brilliant, and I'm talking, I just named 3 different countries that have operated in terms of education. And then there are some other 4 countries that have done work in and I currently have interest in. And Nigerians are there and they are doing wonderful things, right? So we're an intelligent group of people. What we need are the structures and organization that create an enabling environment for us to thrive. I mean, think about what it takes to be successful in this country today. Think about what it takes to be successful in Lagos. Now, imagine a government that puts everything in place and is more like a partner than, this person that's just trying to take from you, right? You would experience an exponential increase in wealth. I think that a person that values education must have had a very good education. If you don't value education, it's a reflection of your own education. I can't think of somebody that's experienced good education that will not prioritize education, because you will know the power of education. And this goes to show when we talk about how it's okay for someone with a NEPA certificate to be our president, and we see the ruin that it brought Nigeria to, or a person that's using lawyers to hide the certificates, right? It will reflect in the quality of your education. So I feel that we need to start demanding more from people that aspire to lead us. Go and look at the quality of education that the leaders of America got. They either went to Yale or Harvard or recently Princeton, Ivy League schools. The top of us have to lead. This idea that you can just pick anybody to lead you to where? This person is like this with you. Where is he leading you to? What vision is this person bringing that is outstanding? Your leader should be outstanding. He cannot be, or she cannot be part of the flock. You understand? They must be outstanding, either in their strength of character. So you look at America when they want to select their president, George Washington. Why? Because when there was war, the man stood in front. He was a leader. Intelligence, he was a leader. These were people that were inventors. Benjamin Franklin. These were people that were inventing things. They were not just thought leaders. They were on ground. They were policy leaders. They were kings in their own right. It was not a commoner. And I don't mean commoner in the sense of money. You see, people think it's just about money. No, it's about what are your values? What are you willing to stand for? What do you stand for? Right? If the wind blows, you just move to the place that favors your pocket. You clearly don't have a backbone. So how can you lead? And people will say, okay, they just want somebody that they can associate with. Yes, but associate with in what way? In poverty and failure and mediocrity, or in success and a vision that benefits you, your family, and your children, and the greater society, right? Because if you think about it, I say this thing in most interviews I do. My father tells me that his father told him that Nigeria was better in his day. My father told me Nigeria was better in his day. My father graduated, there were jobs, you could get car, like only the man had to work, the wife could be a housewife, and they were comfortable. They did not need to steal, to travel, to go on holiday, right? He came into that, quality education, there was public education, right? His father was a judge. His father's driver who sent his child to the same school as his boss's son. And they got quality education. Now, I can tell my children that I remember a time when Nigeria was better. When I would change 1 million naira and get 4,000 pounds. I can barely get 1 million naira now with 500 pounds. Do you understand? So it's perpetually in a nosedive. And why is that? Lack of continuity in quality leadership and visionary leadership, right? No leader that is truly focused on creating a Nigerian identity that celebrates our uniqueness and our differences and sees that as a resource as opposed to something that divides us, right? People that are traveling to the UAE, they are going there to enjoy the culture. And this culture is old, it's ancient, but they've repackaged it. That makes people want to come and visit, want to come and spend their hard-earned money there, right? And this is the visionary type of ideas I'm talking about that will create jobs, right? Well, you know, it's a very interesting one. I grew up in a Nigeria where I went to ISL, and speaking traditional languages was called, there's a word for it, starts with C, not vernacular, there was something else. There's another word, it starts with a C. You could not do that. was against the school rules, right? And you get punished for that. And then even at the time, there was this whole idea of this person, this is local. Like young people, I remember young people saying that is local. The people were not interested with identifying with Nigerian music. Then it was hip hop, it was about Biggie, Puff Daddy, international music. I'm sure I'm betraying my age now. Well, my age is not 80 now, 42. But I'm talking about the time where nobody was wearing trad. We grew up seeing our parents wearing suits, trousers and shirts, And like I said, I don't feel that the education that we got in Nigeria really laid any foundation for you to look deeper into our history, into our culture. And I know this now because I've experienced education elsewhere. And I know how the British lay emphasis on their history. So that even if you're an art student or a science student, you had an in-depth knowledge of the history of your people. And this history is not just a linear one. It's one that is connecting different events and moments and always trying to show your people to be great, right? So you see the British will hide the idea of the part they played in slavery and enslavement. It will not be prominent in the history, but where they conquered or where they uprooted slavery from the African continent, the role they played in doing that will be highlighted, right? That is curated. Now you might say that's not right, it's not fair, but they're programming their citizenry. And that is what a thinking government will prioritize. Same thing with America, right? So I don't really feel we had that in our education system. But then there was an Afrocentric awakening that happened later on. And this had also happened earlier. The kind of thinking that informed people like Nnamdi Azikiwe when he traveled to America, the kind of thinking that informed Fela Anikulapo Kuti when he traveled to America, or even to England, where he met Afro-British people that knew the histories of Africa, that awoken that idea in him, in Fela, in Nnamdi Azikiwe, in a number of Africans, in Kwame Nkrumah, right? They didn't get it at home, they got it elsewhere, and they came and they brought that, we are African, we are great, black is beautiful, And when you open that doorway, it then starts to lead you into understanding your culture more, understanding the depth of it, you see. And it's not our fault, right? We're conquered, our kings were removed. At least the kings that had the courage to fight, they were removed, they were exiled, some were killed. Our people were kidnapped. With the collaboration of some Africans, our people were kidnapped and sold. Some of the strongest men were kidnapped and sold. So you have diaspora cousins and everybody outside of the country, the few that were saved, were brought back. But you now had a situation of religion. And unfortunately, the religion that came through in partnership with colonization pretty much said to us that everything that we were before them was bad, was evil, was demonic. So you have a people that claim that they are from a certain tribe, speak the language, but the depth of the thinking they associate with being evil. So there's still a significant level of identity crisis that we struggle with. And you don't really see that with Indians who were colonized by the British. You don't really see it with the Chinese who also dealt with their own level of colonization, nor the Japanese, right? And you see, understanding your identity or crafting your identity as a people, because China, as we're seeing it today, was not just monolithic. It was not just one group of people. There are huge, different groups of people all over China, different tribes, but they were united by a visionary king. Similar thing happened in Japan. right? Similar thing happened in England, right? In England, you had part in what you call England, or what was Great Britain or England at a point. You had the Welsh, you had the Scottish, you had the Irish, right? You know, and they were united at a point by a conqueror, right? So sometimes you also craft identity. Sometimes identity is created by facing a threat that is bigger than all of you independently. So you have to come together to face that. And sometimes it's just visionary leadership, right? You see visionary leadership in Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. We saw that creates an identity that you can be proud of. Like there is no China man now, or even if there will be very few that will not be proud of China and not want to be associated with the bigger identity of China as opposed to their identity as a tribe, because China is so great and it pays you to be associated with it. It is when there's a failure in that bigger identity that people recoil back to their smaller identity, right? And that's what you find going on in a lot of places. But all in all, yeah. I think the government, you see, what has happened is because we've had governments or politicians that don't really have a vision to sell, they rely on selling division, because the classic divide and rule strategy. If you have a vision, you want to sell a vision and unite people. Visions unite people, right? So you sell a vision, so people unite behind the vision. When you don't have a vision, so you sell the vision so that people can be separated. When you separate people, it's easier to rule over them. And you see that has happened significantly from the last election, right? And you then see in how the government has ruled this country. Significant nepotism, significant levels of corruption, significant levels of lack of transparency or accountability. You see that the government is very extractive without really paying any attention to being accountable to the people they want to extract from. You see that they talk about stopping subsidy payments. And there was a hope that those monies that would have otherwise been used for subsidies would have been put to make life easier for the Nigerian. Life is not easier for the Nigerian. Inflation rates are at an all-time high, right? Insecurity is at an all-time high. For the first time in decades, we're having a foreign country bombing our land, our territory, which is an indictment on the failure of our security system. And you think about how much money is spent on these things, on our army, on our military, that goes unaccounted for. And you see how corruption is rewarded by ambassadorial appointments. You know, so there's a lot of politicking as opposed to governance. And it is in quality governance, creating excellence in governance, where you are moving away from personalities to institutions, and people are now normalizing an excellent standard of service, right? So it's no more about the personalities, it's about the quality of governance. Once that starts to be ticked, right, people will start to embrace the idea of Nigeria. When Nigeria is playing football, nobody is saying that man is from this tribe, this person is from this tribe, especially if we are doing well. Everybody wants to be associated with that greatness that is Nigeria. When I finished school, I'm telling you, I went to school where you did not have to leave the school to get the best jobs. Those companies came to do interview on campus. And I'm saying that myself and all my friends that were Nigerian were rushing to move back to Nigeria. It's not that we did not have the jobs or the potential jobs. We were so excited about Nigeria at the time under President Obasanjo, what he had achieved, the quality of his governance, the quality of his ministers, that there was a significant fear of missing out. And so many people, and I tell this to young people today, that there was a time where people were rushing back from countries like America, from England, and they can't imagine it, you know? So it's about creating good governance, creating excellence in governance, and everybody wants to be associated with success and greatness. There was a time where we had governments that were very empathetic to the common man. They were welfarist to an extent. Governments like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, and that was really the ideology of Obafemi Awolowo. It was very welfarist. So civil servants did not have to hustle for housing. They had quality housing in prime areas. Affordable housing was a priority. It was prioritizing the people that were the middle class, that were the working class. That is the role of government. But you find that now government is more fixated on producing properties or being involved in properties for the rich. Whether it is how they are allocating land, whether it is in how they are sand filling. I mean, how many Nigerians can afford to live at Eko Atlantic? I read this year where they were proudly talking about how they are sand filling and reclaiming land in some parts of Lagos for housing. By the time you've done all of that, your unit cost will be so significant that no average person will be able to afford to live there. Meanwhile, we have huge tracts of land in Ojo, Amuwo, Badagry, Ikorodu, Ekpe, Ibeju-Lekki that we can channel proper urban planning, bring in industries there, and focus on creating infrastructure that makes people want to live there. And then creating local governments that are independent in themselves. So most of the major services you need are in there. So nobody's going from Ikeja to Yaba for school. These are things that cause traffic. It's like the boroughs in London. You cannot even get into a borough outside of where you pay your council tax. Why? Because your taxes are used to fund the schools in that community. So it's a direct correlation. So your child can get into schools in the immediate vicinity of where you live. And that local council is doing their best to create affordable housing, council flat, and unemployment benefits, things like that, from the taxes. You understand? And that's what is missing significantly here. You've talked about flooding. Flooding is tied to our drainage systems and it's tied to our waste disposal systems and waste management systems, right? That in itself is also tied to the traffic that we have, especially in rainy season. It's also tied to traffic outside of rainy season because if your water is not draining properly, it's destroying your roads. That's how we then get potholes. That also causes traffic. That also spoils cars. We then leads to cars breaking down the road. We then leads to traffic. So it's an entire holistic system that must be solved in a holistic way. And there's a famous saying that you can never solve a problem from the same headspace or mindset in which that problem was created. You must step out of it to solve that problem. So this problem must be solved in a holistic way. Why are our gutters still open? All these are our elites, they're not even elite. Our politicians, our political leaders, they travel abroad. Shibe, our president, has gone to, I think he's gone somewhere to Europe and then the Middle East. I'm sure he's not seeing open gutters when he goes to Dubai, right, or England or France, right? I'm sure he knows of the proper drainage systems in these places, right? So we need to do better as a people. I even think it's wrong to use Lagos as a mirror. You cannot compare Lagos to any other state in this country. Lagos, first, was a water-facing arm for the Benin Empire at a point, which was very powerful at a point. It was, aside from the Awori and children of Olofin that came and settled it. The monarchy was from Benin, and it was a water-facing arm of the Benin Empire. Then Lagos then received all the influx of Europeans that came in for colonization. Lagos was the port in which Nigeria was formed. There was a time where all politics in Nigeria happened in Lagos. Everybody from all over came to Lagos. Think about the level of exposure. Think about the level of development from back then. Think about the level of commerce, level of finance from back then. Then you now had influx of returnees that had either paid for their freedom or people that were saved, that were never enslaved and got education in Sierra Leone, because that was where the first secondary school was, and came back. I'm talking about people like Samajai Crowder, grandfather of Herbert Macaulay, Henry Carr, H.O. Davis, and so many others that literally laid the foundation for the freedom and independence that we then got later on. Think about the intellectual capital that came in here. Think about all the skill sets that came into Lagos, the buildings that were built, the level of development, the amount of resource that came into Lagos with that. Then after that, Lagos then became this capital. Think about all the investments that came with that, all the infrastructure that was created by the Nigerian state before it now relocated to Abuja. And then today, Lagos is now the commercial capital. Most companies that exist in this country have their headquarters here. So it's extremely unfair to compare. Lagos State is like that child that has been blessed and blessed and blessed. You know, it's like all the other children were on the farm and all the prophets were just coming and blessing and blessing and blessing. It's not fair to compare Lagos to any other state. It cannot be compared. But yes, that's the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the extreme need for infrastructure, right? Which, I mean, we have huge IGR because of the human beings that are here. So those money should be put into creating infrastructure for them to have a beautiful quality of life, to be more productive, to be able to earn more, which would then increase the IGR that Lagos generates, right? You know, so it's all tied into each other. Well, first of all, it's not a thing that's unique to me. You know, the APC Lagos especially, the APC Lagos arm of politics is bigotry. It's based on bigotry. I mean, there's still pictures of banners that were hung of Jimmy Agbaje being called Jimmy Chukwu, governor of the Southeast. He's a man that is blue blood from Ikorodu. We know his grandfather, we know his antecedents, we know what he did. This is not somebody that his history or his pedigree or his name or his age or his sex is under question or under any kind of controversy. We know him. We know his grandfather, we know his father, we know his family, right? And this is what they did. So anybody that seemingly rises to challenge the Tinubu hegemony, the first thing that is challenged is your Yorubaness, right? I remember when they were saying that even somebody like Padi Banjo, the reason why he supported Peter Obi or was anti-Tinubu was because his mother was Igbo. Or they said Obasanjo's father is this. Anytime somebody challenges the Tinubu hegemony, they attack your identity. They try to strip you of your Yorubaness. In my situation, unfortunately for them, they could not challenge my family. They could not challenge our history. There are all sorts of nonsense. But I give God the glory that my parents are alive. You know, I give God the glory that my family has a very good habit of keeping records, all the way to newspaper articles from the 1800s. So imagine if one did not have that. Imagine if one's parents were not alive and these people just came to get out this propaganda. You start questioning, what's really going on? But I thank God, I come from a family that history has written a lot about, you know, so we know who we are. And as Lagosians, Amorawa, we know ourselves. because one is in politics now, there are a lot more things that people are saying about me. But I've been Afrocentric for a very long time. All you need to do is go and read my blogs. I still have a blog under if you search for it, The Hopeful Nigerian. And I've been advocating for history to return back to our schools, our traditions, our culture. The idea that no, not everything that existed before the Rainbow Man came here was bad. Right? There's bad in everything. There are people that call themselves Muslims that are killing people. There are people that were calling themselves Christian that were doing crusades and massacring people. I mean, for goodness sake, the first slave ship that came to Nigeria, to Africa, was called Jesus. The Pope blessed people that were going to go and kill indigenous people all over the world. So there are good and bad people in every culture, in every belief system, right? And this idea that everything that we were before Christianity or any of the major religions means that we are bad. I've been against that for decades, right? And that's not common. That's not common in this part of the world. And I know the backlash that I got for that, but I'm somebody that fortunately I can afford to live my truth, you know? I can afford to do that. So what you saw is just me on my journey. A lot has been consistent. It's just now it is obvious. People are seeing it. It's in people's faces. And I'm coming of age. I'm growing, you know? My first title was the Obalefon of Lagos that I got from the Obatala Temple in Ife, right? And that ties into my belief system that, you know, there is an African spiritual science, right? The entire binary code in which we build our computers is based on African traditional science, right? The understanding of time not being linear, but being circular and intertwining, right? These are things that quantum physics is proving, right? So you find that we have known things from time that science, Western science, is just interpreting and bringing to common knowledge now, right? And that is something that I will grow in. And you know, as some will say, your head calls certain things to you. You know, so that title is something that I embrace because, you know, it's something that I've understood and it's something I value. It's very important to me. And then also I am the Are of Igbale Koka, which is the house that was headed by Justice Koka. He was the Olori Eyo at a point, and Baba Isale of Lagos. So those are the titles that I have, that I got recently. As relates to Yoruba titles, I also have an Igbo title, Ochiaga of Ndibo in Lagos State. Aside that, I was initiated into the Awe Adimu, and as a son of Lagos, you know, these are things that we hold very dear to us. I mean, you've been around my house, I'm sure you've seen plenty of your paintings. And if you go into any indigenous house, most of them, you see something Eyo. It will just be there, right? Either it's the Okwan Bata and the hat, or a sculpture, or something, because it symbolizes our heritage, our ancestral heritage, our ancestral culture. It's our day to show, you know, who we are as a people, because Lagos, like I said, is a cosmopolitan port, so sometimes our identity gets lost, and there are always different groups that, you know, it's almost like when you talk about the history of Lagos, it's somehow covered by the history of Nigeria, because so much of the history of Nigeria happened in Lagos. But we have our own history, a very rich history, with a lot of intrigues, right? And your festival is for Lagos Island, a way of showing our uniqueness, our heritage, our culture. And that is not to say that it's only limited to Lagos Island. You know, we have brothers that are coming, Ikorodu, coming from Ekpe, coming from Badagry, and then all of these places also have their own rich culture and heritage. Like the Zangbeto Festival in Badagry is amazing. I cannot wait for it to be properly mainstream, for the government to actually bring it into mainstream culture. You also have the masquerades in Ekpe, in Ikorodu, masquerades all over the mainland, you know, all that Ikejai, Fakojai area, they have that culture there as well. These things need to be mainstreamed. They need to be brought into and repackaged, right? The tradition itself, the masquerades, the pageantry is beautiful, it's perfect. It's now the environment at which it operates, right? We need to create the environment that will pull tourists in, make them feel safe, make them feel comfortable, clean environments, right? That can now create these things with world-renowned cultural experiences that people fly in because they want to come and see. Think about the Brazilian carnival, right? You know, I mean, yeah, things like that. We want people to fly in because this is how you generate income for those communities and, you know, also puts us on that world map. 2025 was a very difficult year for a lot of people. I mean, 2024 was difficult because that was the first shock. But 2025 has not been easy at all. A lot of companies have laid off staff, right? Things are extremely expensive. Go and ask anybody that's about to pay their rent. They've seen their rents double. People that rented a place for 3 million are now looking at paying 8 million, right? People that got a place for 500,000 are now looking at 1.5, right? I have to acknowledge that there is a new bill that's passed in the State Assembly that is pushing for monthly payments of salaries that's protecting tenants, and I think that's a very, very good thing. Implementation of it, our laws are not the problem, it's the implementation of it.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where the
second speaker, Emeka Anslim, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. See, guys, is going to learn again while others teach. When it comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an
effective leader. Productive. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grab that message that leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this a lot. The role of social media. That people as a leader, you need to be cautious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went on that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and so we just come and say, I'm the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to...
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. This is the best use of my time today.
To realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor and social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party, and Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Nkrumah and Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And And that was about it. I think after he stayed in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the woman wants not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susan and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Blockchain, Web3, big words, right? Bigger possibilities as well. They sound complicated, intimidating even, but at their heart, they are simple. Trust you can see, ownership you can hold, systems that don't bend to single hand. Across Africa, these tools could change everything. From how money moves across borders, to how artists get paid, to how communities verify what's theirs. Faster, fairer, and smarter. But it's not magic. The internet is uneven, rules are unclear, and scams lurk in the shadows. That's why understanding matters more than ever. So today, we strip away the jargons. Yeah, we explore the real opportunities, the risks, and ask one question. Can Africa own its digital future, block by block, code by code? It's a big question. My name is Omevi Idolo, and this is Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And I'm not here alone. I'm with my favorite person, Emmanuel Amulo.
Don't sound excited, because the excitement should come. Oh, Lord of mercy. So it's Friday. Yeah. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. And yeah, look, I can't wait for the weekend. I really can't wait. But I know she's not going to be with me on the weekend, so I'm great. So we're having a conversation around blockchain again.
Yes.
And Web3. Interestingly, when I was searching, after we had Chimelu come here, I think she was the one that she came after Oluyimika. These are the two people who know who's talked about this blockchain and this whole conversation around Web3. I said no. I think we need to bring more people to come talk about it, because apparently Web3 is like the new gateway to make money.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing more of these people in the digital space saying, oh, It's been solving lots of problems in the financials. No, this knowledge should be shared. A lot of you cannot stay alone and be chopping the money. And those of us who are still looking like we don't even know anything about technology are missing out. A lot of us need to cash in. And I've got worthy people who say, okay, you know what, let's come and teach it. Our guest today is one of them. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag. She said, and she's been doing teaching. Like she teaches this thing like content for her. And it's been going well and making it simplified. All these jargons and so on.
Yeah,
let her come and help us.
She's going to throw away the jargons and ensure that, yes, the fleshy part that people really need, the good one, people will get it.
I do hope a lot of people get to tune in today to watch because the conversation is very, very important.
Of course. So our focus is on demystifying blockchain and Web3 for Africa's digital economy. We are pulling back the curtain on words that sound complex, futuristic, even intimidating, like I said earlier, but quietly shape Africa's digital future. Blockchain and Web3, beyond the buzzwords and headlines, these technologies are really about trust and ownership and access. So in a continent where millions remain unbanked, where records can disappear, just as we talked about yesterday, and where young people are rich in talent, but short on opportunities, blockchain offers something powerful, a system that doesn't rely on gatekeepers. And Web3 offers an internet where users don't just participate, but own whatever they have. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come, the show continues. Stay with us. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. You please can do it to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show at Just Africa on our YouTube channel. So our guest today is Josephine Abiodun. She is a leading blockchain storyteller and Web3 content strategist in Nigeria, dedicated to simplifying complex concepts for everyday users. Through her writing, tutorials, and social content, Josephine educates, inspires, and empowers Africans to navigate DeFi blockchain infrastructure and digital finance with confidence. Josephine will discuss the role of blockchain in sectors like finance, food traceability, and supply chain management, highlighting innovative examples such as IBM Food Trust and how digital record keeping can create trust, transparency, and efficiency. Hello, Josephine. Welcome to the show.
Hello. It is so nice to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to have you on the show again. Yes, I'm always saying hi.
This excitement, I don't know. You people should not do gag up against me today.
No, we don't do that here.
Okay, so...
All right, Josephine, let's go straight to the conversation. So when we hear the word blockchain and Web3, they sound intimidating to many Africans. Many. And people feel their jargon. So in the simplest terms, what problem do they actually solve for the average person?
Okay, the easiest to think of, I think the one that everybody knows at this point, is decentralized finance. The idea of borderless transactions, where previously you would have had to use a bank, wait for a few weeks to get your money to a family member in a different country or continent. You can be done in seconds with the right chain. And obviously, it all works with the blockchain, which is a fancy way of saying that a ledger everybody has, and once they impute things on it, they can't change it. The technology itself is actually really simple, but it can sound very complicated.
Yes, okay. So if you want to explain what you just said now, if you want to explain Web3 and the rest to a market trader that sells tomato and pepper,
yes,
or to that guy that is into carpentry, that does not understand Web3 and the likes, how would you explain that to the person?
Okay. I would mention an example of a bank that failed recently and maybe stole everybody's money. And I would say you know that instead of keeping your money with somebody that you don't know, that you don't trust, why not keep your money by yourself and be sure that nobody can touch it except you? And that whenever you want to send it, even that carpenter and that trader as a family member somewhere that isn't directly with them. Like instead of running into issues with your bank or instead of waiting many days or getting ridiculous charges removed, why don't you use the blockchain instead? And I would recommend a very easy to use starter, like some wallets that won't make things complicated at all to them.
Auntie Joe, I know I had to say it like that because you make this thing look like it's so easy, right? How long have you been doing this blockchain Web3 conversation? How long have you been in it?
Well, 6 years now. We've come that this is 2026. I started since the lockdown, so
we started
it's
in
been a
lockdown.
while. Yes.
Is it that there was a course that was shared and many of us did not get the memo?
I think, okay, for me, before I started writing in the blockchain, I was actually already using crypto. And that's because I had some friends that were like farming projects and they're like, you can make money with this thing. So it's like, oh, just buy this, swap this, you get points. When they get an airdrop, the money shoots up. It just sounded like, well, who doesn't want to make money? But then they were throwing around all these words. They were throwing around all these words: gas fees, chain. This one is so. This one is if there's a DEX, and I was so confused. And the way I handled the confusion was by doing my research. And I love to write, so I started writing. The first article I wrote was actually a glossary of words that I didn't understand. And I realized that even some people that are using these words don't understand it either.
Mm-hmm.
And that was how I actually started. Wait, there is a career. It's not just the part where you're investing in tokens and making money. There is a career in this where you could write or you could do just about anything. So that's how I got into writing.
How wide is, I don't know which one to call now, is it the blockchain or the web? Because these things are still confusing me. Because I didn't do research, you did. Is it how wide is the blockchain or how wide is Web3? So that if somebody wants to be a new entrant into it, what do they focus on? Is it the blockchain or the Web3 or is it DeFi?
Wait, let me let me clarify something.
Yes.
Okay. The blockchain is the underlying technology between things. That's what crypto runs on. That's the supply chain idea, food traceability. All of these things use the blockchain. You can think about it like the internet. If you want to get into what even involves the internet, everything. So think about the blockchain as the internet for all these applications. They all run on it. But Web3 is a more nascent concept. It's the idea of a decentralized internet. So the Web3 is actually different from blockchain, but they have a lot of overlap. So the person that came up with the term Web3 is Gavin Wood, and he is very utopian in his ideologies. So he's trying to create an internet that isn't run by these big data firms. They're like, you search something and in like 5 minutes you're getting an ad about it. They're maybe using your data, they're selling it. So the idea of Web3 is you own your data. If you want to make money off it, it's sure. If you don't want anybody to touch it, it doesn't get touched. And that's where Web3 came from. When you're getting into it, don't be confused. Don't, honestly, read a lot and pick these words. You see that though they're all they're still somewhat different. But for someone starting out, just know that the blockchain is what it runs on. After that, you won't have to think about it again. You know that Web3 is an idea of a decentralized internet, right? Okay. It's just a word. Then you focus, okay, what do I want to do in this space? Do I want to be an engineer? Do I want to be a product manager? And then do I want to invest? And then you get to niche down on what you actually care about.
So there are so many things in the Web3 space that somebody can do.
A lot.
Okay.
A whole lot.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to tell us about it?
Okay.
You mentioned
First off,
engineer. Go on, just break it down.
Okay. So when you start out, just like I did, it was just crypto that I knew of, right? And what you're saying is the other end of this project, where they're like, oh, sure, you can use a wallet. And if you swap enough tokens, maybe you get a few points. When they release their native tokens, you get some money. But that's just for investment. Everybody knows Bitcoin as well, right? Bitcoin runs on the blockchain. It's a cryptocurrency. But those are tokens. We have Bitcoin, we have ETH, we have SOUQ, and countless others. There are actually thousands upon thousands of tokens. But when it comes to the space itself, you can also work in the space. And that's something what a popular, it's a growing network, Super Team in Nigeria does. They try to teach people to earn through crypto, not just like everything else that's like, oh, just put in some money and wait for it to skyrocket. So if you intend to start a career, you can actually build products. Just like there are devs that build all these Web2 apps you use, there are people that manage websites, there are people that write content, there are product managers, there are hiring managers. Every single career has its equivalent in the blockchain as well. Like, don't think about it just according to finance. Think about the advantages of building a career in a developing, highly sophisticated space.
Okay, thank you very much, Josephine. It's a lot, really.
It's a lot.
But I want to ask, how can you use your work to impact, away from cryptocurrency, just as you said now, because on here Web3 and blockchain, we just focus on cryptocurrencies and the like. So, but how can we use this now in other sectors like food, like security, agriculture, and the rest? Yes.
I'm happy you mentioned food traceability because it's a really popular one these days. In fact, there's this Nigerian or African project called Binkabi. And what they do is work with restaurants and local farmers for food traceability. But on the bigger scale, we have something like IBM Trust. Now, I don't know about you, but recently there was this Nestle food callback for baby formula. They said something was wrong. Yes, exactly. So with something like IBM Food Trust, which runs on the blockchain, instead of taking days to investigate, oh, what went wrong, when was this added, you can narrow it down within seconds. And that's the power of the blockchain. Wow. What it does is that, I'm going to use two big words that are not as fancy as they sound. The blockchain has two key characteristics: immutability and traceability. What immutability means is that things you put there cannot be changed after. So it's not as easy as, oh, I wrote that I sold this, then I'll go back and put it to like 70 after stealing, or after I've sent it, nobody knows how to get me. Maybe the document was missing. None of those can happen with the blockchain. And so every step of the way in this food chain to your Nestle baby food, you know when the maize was harvested, you can trace when it was moved to the warehouse, where it was processed, where social additives were added, and you get to see that. And that gives you trust in the food you consume that, okay, this is safe. And if there is a problem, it becomes that much easier to roll back the dial and go, okay, so where did this go wrong? Was it at the farmer? Was it at the warehouse? Was it at the factory? And that's one of the advantages of the blockchain. It's universal. Everybody that's plugged into the network has it the moment there's a change in it. There's no lag. And they can't go back and change it because they're trying to remove blame from themselves. So it's a wonderful concept.
Are there companies that are already implementing or using the blockchain system?
Yes, I mentioned two, and that's on a very big scale because it's IBM. We have the IBM Food Trust, but then we have an African company also doing it on a smaller scale. They're working with indigenous farmers, they're working with local restaurants so that they can trace their food from its planting to investing to every step that brings it to the restaurant, and that's Binkabi.
Yeah.
And then IBM, like I said, does it on a far larger scale, and what they've done with food traceability is remarkable.
Okay, I want to ask you, this one, I hope it doesn't sound too personal. What made you decide that, okay, you see this thing like this, apart from COVID? Yes, you've already said that. It was the money
During COVID.
during COVID. But coming down to the point where you have to simplify it for other people to understand, you used it in form of storytelling, you used it to inspire them. What made you say, okay, yes, let me go this route?
Okay, two things. Like I said, I started out like everybody, and I didn't understand a lot. So I understand what it means to just stumble across an article that actually addresses something you don't understand, like you're not expected to understand it. Like you're genuinely talking to people and you're saying, it's fine to start from scratch, but this is how you get here. And then the second part of it is because we're Africans and we're mostly consumers right now in crypto. There are so many fabulous products, so many chains, so many ecosystems, but Africans are still not really building in the space as much. Obviously, there are some really good projects out there that are from Africa, but generally speaking, even with the influx of people into crypto, a lot of them are still consumers. And I was hoping that with storytelling, with articles that simplify it, that make it sound like, hey, you too, you can do this, people would be more invested in building in the space and stop thinking about it as a way to get in and get rich quickly.
Okay, Joe, Auntie Joe. I'll have to call you that.
No, don't call her Joe, because it makes it sound like she's a man. Come on.
Does that sound like a masculine name to you? No. Anyway, I was reading one of your articles yesterday, and you mentioned something about privacy token. See, look, everything about, I'm not going to lie, we are still novices. But when you use some of these things, we begin to wonder where it falls in. Okay, so you already explained that blockchain is on its own. It's just a pathway. Web3 now has plenty of things. Which one is this privacy token again?
Where do we begin? Okay, so like I said, the blockchain is available to everybody, right? We have something called pseudo-anonymity, which means instead of using your name, like, please, it just means you're kind of anonymous. Nobody knows it's you.
Why did you say anonymous? You like to bring... Okay.
Because it's not pure anonymity, and I'll explain. So when you join the blockchain through any chain, you get a wallet address, and that wallet address represents you. And it's really long. It's like 16 characters long. So someone to say, oh, that's Josephine, as opposed to, let's say, a number that your company gives. Okay, my name is Abiodun Josephine. You can just go through all of you can pin me out. You know, my bank details, my transportation details, my address, everything contains your name. So it can be like really easy to single a person out. But what pseudo-anonymity on the blockchain does is make you pseudo-anonymous. So people might know it's you, like if they have your address. Otherwise, you just kind of blend into this long list of 16 character addresses. So moving further, now where do privacy tokens come in? Despite the anonymity of blockchain and all its advantages, you're not relying on a central network, you can make really fast transactions, cross borders, countless opportunities. There is the problem of off-ramping, which is when all these things you're doing on chain come down to your bank account. So if somebody is really monitoring you and they're like, this wallet moves a lot of money, and don't forget, everybody can see it, because that's how the blockchain works. Everybody can see everybody's business if they're interested. So if someone says, there's a lot of money in this wallet, let me note down this address. Let me see if there's a point where it eventually matches with an individual. And then they get to say, this is you have a lot of money. People are worried about that security risk now. And that is where privacy tokens come in. So at first, it was a good thing when the blockchain was created. The idea was nobody hides anything. Banks don't get to say, oh, we have your money, but they don't. And then when there's a crisis, you can't get your money out. Governments don't get to say, this is how we spent the money, but there's no proof, or that a snake stole a large amount of money. You don't get to get ridiculous claims because it's all traceable. But what people are fighting for is...
Okay, Josephine, thank you very much. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, the conversation will continue. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can do it to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show at Just Africa on our YouTube channel. So, yes, we're still having this robust conversation on Web3 and blockchain. And we have Josephine Abiodun standing by, and she has been teaching us, breaking down some jargons and helping us to understand that blockchain and Web3 are just words. We don't need to be scared. And these things are applicable to our everyday life.
Yes, but I have another word that she needs to explain to us.
Yes, Josephine, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I know the fact that you also love to teach these things. That's why I have to ask you this question. Because there's one that I read, and it was looking like a toxic relationship. It says toxic liquidation spirals. in DeFi. I'm sure I use 5 words now that look like I'm saying something that is very strange. Please break it down. Toxic liquidation spirals in DeFi. At least we know what DeFi is now, digital finance. Decentralized finance. See, I'm learning. Oh, yeah, help us break it down, please.
Okay. So before I can talk about toxic liquidation spirals, because you picked the complex one, to start with. But first of all, the thing is, in DeFi, loans are over collateralized. That means before you can borrow money, you leave more than you're borrowing.
Okay.
And the reason for that is something we've mentioned before. There is no central authority. So if you decide to steal the money and not return it, nobody can do anything to you. That is why lending protocols, like the one I talked about in the article, Aave, they over-collateralize loans so that you are more likely to return the money when you know that you are losing more than you're gaining when you steal it. So the article in particular talked about how a protocol could still lose money even though the user left more than they took away.
Okay.
And that is because of things like bad debt, which is when a token suddenly drops in value. So, for example, they borrowed a stablecoin, but they left a highly volatile token, a large quantity of it. So at the time, it met the parameters, but then the token suddenly bottomed out in value, which means the lending protocol ended up losing more money, and the user left with that. They didn't bother to return it. So the article goes deeply into math. You would see like the screenshots of some formulas, and it can sound very complex, but at the bottom of it is just loans are over-collateralized, which is supposed to be a deterrent to stealing from a lending protocol. But despite that, there are flaws in the protocol that can be exploited, and so they end up losing money. And the article goes in depth into the calculations that and the adjustments that can be made to cover those flaws.
Wow. Okay, so if I am a novice, which I am, and I want to decide to play in this DeFi space or DeFi platforms, what would you advise me to pay attention to regularly?
Okay. We use many words, but like this one, DYOR, it means do your own research. We also say not your keys, not your coins. But the center of this point is be very security conscious. Be very security conscious. DeFi that's the first thing. Like if you want to play around in DeFi, watch, like be security conscious. Because like we said, it's decentralized. It's the Wild West. There is no police, there is no bank, there is nothing. So people can do anything. There are people that have been in the space for many, many years and they still get hacked, or they're tired and they send money to the wrong chain and it's gone, or they mistakenly share their seed phrase in a really obvious place. So there are many ways. I don't want to scare anybody. Believe me, it's very doable. But don't be scared. It's still very doable. But if things in mind is what keeps you safe. Because even experts need to be reminded. Know that security is the leveler. Whether you're new to the space, whether you've been there for many years, you still have to be security conscious. So when you get in, don't try to do very complex transactions straight up. And the beauty of this is there are many people around who are also getting it. So like, I just want to send this, do a little bit and do it. Don't say, oh, I'm just getting started. Let me jump straight and start using this very complex application. Make sure that whatever you're working with, you understand. Because as long as you keep your capital, as long as you don't get burned starting out, you'll be more resilient, you keep learning more, and you'll succeed in the space.
Yes, I love the fact that you talked about security. Because for many people, crypto now sounds like scam. How do Africans, you agree with me, yeah, right? How do Africans tell the difference between innovation and exploitation?
Okay, it's good you brought it up actually. You're right, whenever people hear about crypto, they just go, it's a scam. But the flip side of that is some people think crypto is just a get-rich scheme, right? You bring in whatever money, you invest it in this token, it's going to go times 100, and then get out. And that is actually why people think it's a scam. Because when you get in and then you lose a lot of money, you just go, I'm never touching that thing again. It's full of crooks. And so a more balanced attitude is to approach it like any other field. Like instead of thinking about crypto just from the investment point of view, I strongly recommend thinking about careers in crypto, thinking about how the skills you already have to convert to that. And a big deal, a great way to increase this positive attitude around crypto is education, like what you guys are doing right now, like what I do through my articles and what countless others are doing when they talk about walking in the space, so that people are less intimidated and people are less scared as well. They don't just automatically assume that it's something negative. It's not. There are scams in crypto, and the same rules apply. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. If somebody is telling you, I'm going to 20x your money, ask how. Because anything that is volatile enough to give you 20 times your money in a few days will probably lose your money as well. So just don't enter with that, I'm going to make money quickly mindset. And don't also think about it as something negative. It's like any other space, there are still normal frauds today that have nothing to do with crypto. So you stay safe and you stay open.
Okay, so what are some of the misconceptions? Because you've already told us how what to look out for.
Red flags. Red flags.
You've given us red flags. But there are still some misconceptions, which one of them is, once you hear the name crypto, run for your life, like scam. So, other misconceptions, what are the other things that people say wrongly about crypto?
Just like we're doing right now and saying crypto is assuming that crypto is everything, right? They don't think that there are other uses to the blockchain apart from for investments and for the money aspect. Which is why I was like, okay, there are so many others. You can use the blockchain for healthcare. You can use it for food traceability, which is something we discussed prior. The supply chain mechanisms. So there's a lot of it. Even in governance, there are dApps that are trying to fix electoral fraud. So if we think about the blockchain as something much bigger than money, I think we can create that separation from it's a scam or it's a get-rich-quick scheme, and think about it as just any other technology, like the internet, like AI, that has many, many applications. Yeah. And when you look at it objectively that way, which comes through education, then you get to improve the perspective around it.
Yeah.
Awesome. I like the fact that you've explained that the blockchain itself or the Web3 technology can go to any sector. Because at some point, when you first said healthcare, like, again. Then I said government, I said, again. So essentially, no sector can do without it, if we're being honest. So how can the African continent now, I don't know, maybe begin to teach this in schools or secondary schools? So that, look, you started out by saying there are jobs that you can even do on the Web3 itself, right? Do I have to now wait till I get to university to learn about it? Or I can start now so that the kid who just finished secondary school can start to earn?
Exactly.
So it's possible?
Yes.
So how do you have to learn it?
How do you learn it? Right now, there is no school for Web3 or blockchain or crypto. And I would say our governments are not very positive on it, which also contributes to people's attitude about it. But choose personal education and choose a community. So Web3 is actually very big on communities. While the government itself, some governments, because I've worked with this project, the city of Lugano, and it's a city-backed, it's a government-backed blockchain. Right, and they are encouraging their citizens to use the blockchain, to use the wallets, to use the stable coins, even to cut through some like really bureaucratic processes. But since we don't have that yet, we have individuals that are stepping up and communities that are stepping up. I've mentioned Super Team before. There's also Base. So there are always other people who are saying, "Hey, in fact, I'll teach you. Join our community. We have meetings. We have hackathons." We have even crash courses that will teach you how to get a skill and then work in the space. And maybe eventually our governments will catch on and you can have like these courses in school. Because there's a big focus around self-employment right now, on self-empowerment. Hopefully the blockchain factors into that at some point.
So which of the different sectors has shown a lot of promise on the African continent? You've been playing in this space for a while.
Yeah.
Which sector really uses the blockchain technology very much, or the Web3 technology? Which one?
For Africa, the largest applications right now are for cross-border transactions and for off-ramping and on-ramping, which is just buying cryptocurrencies, selling them to your local currency, or for transferring to other people. And I think that's because there's so much demand for it right now. So there are a lot of people who are saying, I don't want to have to wait days. The interest rates, the charges, they're ridiculous. How do I do this? How do I make it fast? My family member needs this urgently. If I go to a bank, it's going to take them many days to process it. They're going to charge maybe so much of the money. My currency is volatile. And so stablecoins are appealing. Cross-border transactions are a huge. There are so many. There's a Yellow Card, Ubuntu Tribe, there's Moment, so many African applications that are solely for cross-border transactions, for stablecoins, and for on-ramping and off-ramping.
Let me ask a very novice question, very ignorant question. So if you send me a stablecoin, can I convert it to physical cash?
You convert it to money in your account, then you have to withdraw.
Hold on. Say that again. I didn't catch it.
Cash.
I send you a
You want
stable
physical
coin.
cash.
Yes. Essentially, I want physical cash. Essentially, I want physical cash.
Physical cash.
But you send me a stable coin. What do I do with it?
Okay, so you receive your stable coin in a wallet address. And now most wallet addresses are very sophisticated that once you receive it, you can just convert it to, in my case, Naira, and to whatever local currency you have. So you connect your bank account to it.
Okay.
So instead of going to a bank to, let's say, deposit Naira, and somebody wants to collect CJ somewhere, and then you have to wait for them to convert it, they will apply their charges, they'll say maybe you'll take so and so days. You can just send stablecoin to them. They'll connect it to their own account. Your account is connected to it as well. And they'll just withdraw it through their card. In fact, there are some applications that already have a Web3 card, like Cast card, and you can use it like any other debit card, but it's loaded with stablecoins, and you just withdraw in that currency.
Wow.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so earlier you said that the government is really not doing so much for that sector. So right now, what message do you have for those in authorities and private sectors as regarding blockchain and Web3?
I think that the entire world is onto the blockchain right now. There has never been as much attention to it as there is right now. They're state-backed, like I said, state-backed blockchains. Some states are creating their own stable coins. Many governments are into this. And I'm afraid by the time we finally start paying attention, it'll be too late. So the government should be active, desensitize people, don't make it a negative topic, don't punish people who are in the space, don't combine everybody together and mark them as criminals. Instead, promote education, right? Create programs, courses, hackathons. Really combine effort with people already doing amazing things and just make it a global, a nationwide thing, or maybe even a West African thing, right? Become aware of the advantages of this and how you can use it to empower your citizens and to improve the economy in general.
Okay, thank you very much, Josephine Obiodun. Okay, Emmanuel, we still want to ask you one question.
Just one question, right? Do you have your own community or a place where you teach so that we can get young people, especially young people, to come and learn from you?
No, I do not right now. but I was part of Super Team when I was in Loring for a bit, and they are in Nigeria. But mostly I independently write my own articles. But there are many communities like that, and I really recommend Super Team because I've worked with them. But there are others. Because Super Team is
Can you refer one or two?
Okay, so Days as well. They have a network here.
Days.
I think some Days.
How do you spell that?
That's Coinbase.
Okay.
Oh, Coinbase.
BASE.
Okay, Base.
Yes, like Coinbase. So there are others, and the reason I can't readily recommend more is because I wasn't as active in these communities, which wasn't taking my own advice. But like I said, there are a lot of them. Just go on crypto, Twitter. I feel like Twitter is really good for crypto-related activities, and just check communities to learn so, and there are a ton of them.
All right, thank you very much, Josephine, for coming on the show. But before you go, you're going to prove to us that you are truly an African. So please, just let us know where you're from.
Oh, I'm from Nigeria.
Where?
I'm shooting right now in Lagos. Oh, like my state of origin?
Yes.
Kogi State.
Oh.
Kogi? Ah, Kogi. Okay.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. And you speak...
I speak Yoruba.
Okay, so...
But my native language is Okun.
Okun, okay. Oh, do you have a native soup or food that you like?
Pounded yam and egusi.
That's general.
Okay, so you greet our viewers, you say hello to them, and you tell them to keep watching Just Africa on SOUQ News Television in... Is it Okoni?
Don't do Yoruba. Please.
No, not
Just
Yoruba. I want her dialect.
Ah, okay.
So that people will understand that, yes, we
Very
have
good
beautiful...
with that one. Let's speak Yoruba.
Okay. All right, let's go with the Yoruba then.
People run through it in my head to make sure that will come out well.
Don't do Yoruba, don't worry.
So we're waiting for you.
Okay. Ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ wo program mi, ẹ máa wo SOUQ News, Just Africa.
Okay.
Shut up. Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
It was nice having you.
Have an amazing day.
And same. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Blockchain. I guess you will.
I know. I think I have to go and join the community because look, at this point, if you're not part of it, you feel like you're out of the world.
Yeah.
Because that's where everybody's evolving to.
Yeah.
Right. And I also like the fact that it is everywhere. It's in every sector, and any sector that wants to also upskill needs to begin to buy into this because this is where technology is evolving to. This is where the world is moving to. So if you're not, just like she rightly said, any government that is not buying into this now, by the time you try to catch up, they've already left you behind.
Yes.
So if Africa wants to now at least, even if it's just in the financial sector, which she says that's what most people are doing more now, you want to get better, please start to teach it in schools. Let young people know that you don't have to graduate from university and take your certificate in your hand and begin to go look for jobs. You can start to create jobs because we will need more entrepreneurs in the continent. And if you can sustain yourself with perhaps a bit of knowledge in the Web3, because I don't make that mistake, in the Web3 space, you can become an engineer, you can become a web writer, you can be, there are so many things that are there that you can use to upskill. You don't have to now go search for a job. That would be great.
Yes, so blockchain and Web3 aren't just tech trends. They are tools that could redefine how Africans work, create and own value. The promise is real, but only if we understand it, use it wisely, and make it ours. The future of Africa's digital economy isn't somewhere out there. It's being built one block at a time. So we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be coming with the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News. For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs,
publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable